All right, we're ready to go? Ready? City manager, ready? Okay. Good evening, everyone. It is 6:17 p.m. We are at the Cape Canaveral City Council regular meeting. It is September 16th, 2025, at the City Hall Council Chambers located at 100 Polk Avenue, Cape Canaveral, Florida, 32920 for our regular City Council meeting. I call this meeting to order. And before proceeding with the pledge, we don't typically do this, I just want to pause for a moment and take a moment of silence, 15 seconds, with everything from the 7 years on this council locally, the hurdles, the obstacles that we went through, but all the things that are happening around our state and our country. And so if you would, feel free to join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. With that, another thing I'd like to do a little bit different for the Pledge of Allegiance. It'd be an honor if we have Chief Sergeant, from where you are is fine, Chief, to lead us in the pledge. So if everyone could stand, we'll have our Chief lead us. Thank you. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chief. All right, Council, thank you all for being here, city staff, our community, and obviously looks like to be very proud our entire fire department at large here. And we will go ahead and move to item number 4, which is to approve.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Could
City
I
Clerk.
call the roll, just to make sure that we have.
I skipped right over that.
Sorry.
Very important.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
So we have 4 of our council members here. And again, thank you. So council item number 4, to approve the agenda as written or with amendments. Tonight we've got 6 either presentation to introduce, interviews or introductions. Got 2 public hearings up front in regards to the tax and the millage. Then we're going to go to public participation. We've implemented a new section called Managers Matters, where our city manager will go over the 4 listed items for this meeting. And our consent agenda, item 9, is made up of 7 items. This is not the time to pull any consent agenda items. We're going to go to 1 item for action 10, and then go into 2 public hearings and 2 discussion items. So if we'd like to reorder anything in the agenda, now is the time, or discuss removing or adding items.
I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda as written.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Willis to approve the agenda as written. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Councilmember Jackson.
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
The agenda is approved as written. This time, we've got our first presentation. This is a proclamation I'm going to go down front here and read for our honoring Dave, as we call him, Chief Sergeant, for our Canaveral Fire Rescue, Fire Chief, and the Port Maritime Academy President, and the Chief and Chief Executive Officer who's served this city for decades. So as I go down, I'll read the proclamation. We will come forward. Council, please come down, and if you choose, and we can take a photograph together, and then give Chief Sergeant opportunity to say any words if he chooses to do so. So with that, I'll head forward, and you guys, thank you all for being here. When I'm finished, if you want, you can come forward at that time, and thank you. Appropriate. No, think about it. Can't have you stand in the back of the room, sir. Thank you. This is an official proclamation of the city of Cape Canaveral, Florida, whereas Dave Sargent began his extraordinary 38-year profession in 1983, and whereas in 1987, Chief Sargent served as an Air International Guard with the United States Air Force Department and Ohio's Air National Guard Fire Department, and as a firefighter with the City of Cocos Fire Department. And whereas Mr. Sargent attained his degree in fire science from the Air Force Community College, received his state of Florida certification as a firefighter, paramedic, and arson investigator, and achieved formal training from the National Fire Academy, University of Maryland, University of Cincinnati, Florida State Fire College, and numerous other institutions. And whereas over the 38-year period, Chief Sargent rose through the ranks at Canaveral Fire Rescue as a paramedic and arson investigator to Canaveral Fire Rescue Fire Chief and Port Maritime Academy President, Chief, and Chief Executive Officer. And whereas David has served on the Eastern Florida Fire Advisory Board, the United States Coast Guard Executive Steering Committee, the Port Canaveral Propeller Club Education Committee, the Florida Fire Chiefs Association, the Coast Guard Executive Steering Committee, the Florida Fire Chiefs Association, and he is the past president of the Space Coast Fire Chiefs Association and Brevard County Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board. And whereas Chief Sargent has endured the challenges of nearly losing the 1962 Cape Canaveral Volunteer Fire Department and local fire and emergency services to where in 1997 he helped develop a not-for-profit, state-of-the-art Port Canaveral Maritime Training Academy, one of its kind in the East Coast, serving numerous professional mariners, armed forces, and firefighters. And whereas on September 29th, 2018, Chief Sargent was honored with his induction into the Space Coast Public Service Hall of Fame. Later in that same year, presented with the Coast Guard's Meritorious Public Service Award, and on September 21st, 2021, recognized for his exemplary service to the city where Fire Station number 53 was dedicated in his honor. And whereas with Chief Sargent's long, distinguished, and industrious career, his dedication and commitment towards changing and saving numerous lives and his natural leadership skills and talent have left a legacy which will continue to uphold and advance the public safety professionals to live up to the department's mission statement. And now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, do hereby recognize and extend heartfelt gratitude to Dave Sargent for his selfless service to the entire community throughout the years and for his extraordinary influence to the public and the organization which will last for a lifetime, and wish him well in the next chapter of his life. Signed and sealed this 16th day of September 2025. Thank you.
Start the clock. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone here. It's been a very long career. It's been difficult at times, but you've always supported fire rescue. And it's made it a lot easier when you have that support, obviously. And it's not about me. It's about those people back there. You can't lead well if you don't have people behind you. And they have made it fantastic. I guarantee you, I am leaving you in great hands. Chris Quinn, Chief Quinn, and Chief Crawley will be taking over September 30th. We've been training for 2 years on this. They'll probably still call me. I may answer, I may not. I will. So anyway, again, thank you very much.
Chief Sergeant, thank you. Chief Sergeant is loved by this community, the council, our team here, city staff, and he will be missed, but his legacy and as the proclamation beautifully written said, and thank you for all the support in drafting that. We have been very fortunate, and I am optimistic about the new chapter with Chief Quinn and Deputy Chief Crowley, who've been excellent as they transition with this budget and plans and moving forward. So, Council, thank you again. The next item here, thank you, is a presentation of proclamation declaring September 17th to the 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week. Here, Miss Sandra Bennett with the National Society of Daughters of the American Revolution. If you'd like, you can come down forward with me here. I'll read this proclamation, and likewise happy to take a photograph, and if you'd like to say a few words. Hello. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law. And whereas September 17th, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Cape Canaveral, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Signed and sealed the 16th day of September, 2025.
I would like to thank you, Mayor Morrison. I have a gift for you. The Daughter of American Right. Well, we thank you very much for our proclamation, and that's all I have to say. Thank you again.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
That is wonderful. You know, when we're elected, and we've said it, and we all did it, when we raise our right hand, that's the first thing that we're raising it to, rightfully so. So thank you. We will continue to do our best to pursue those liberties and protections that are so important. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you. That is great. So now we are on to our third proclamation here, and this one is declaring October 4th, 2025 as VFW Post 10131 Day. I'd like to ask our Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to kick us off here.
Thank you, Mayor. Chartered on October 4th, 1975, the Veterans of Foreign War Post 10131's primary charter has been to support military veterans. Consistently satisfying that purpose, VFW Post 10131 has been a consistent staple of the Cape Canaveral community, providing a location for special events, supporting local establishments with funds and services, and conducting military events throughout the community. The VFW Post 10131 and the auxiliary chapter of Cape Canaveral operates under the National VFW Not-for-Profit Veterans Organization, comprised of eligible veterans and military servicemen from the active Guard and Reserve forces. The roots of the VFW trace back to 1899, when veterans founded local organizations to secure rights and benefits for their service, and which currently provide programs and services that work to support veterans, service members, and their families, as well as the communities worldwide. It is my honor to introduce Joe Tippich, Mike Tucker, Quartermaster of Post 10131, and Denise Tucker, Auxiliary Secretary, to receive the proclamation from the Mayor.
I will formally read the proclamation, and I really appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. An official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, whereas VFW Post 10131 was chartered on October 4th, 1975, and whereas on this 125th anniversary of service to our country, we congratulate the members of the VFW Post 10131 and its auxiliary who have been active in veterans issues in the Cape Canaveral community since 1975. And whereas VFW Post 10131 and its auxiliary are active with various veterans causes, VFW National Home for Children, Cape View Elementary Backpack Program, Cocoa Beach High School, Hines VA Hospital, Midwest Shelter for Homeless Veterans Memorial and Veterans Day activities, rifle salutes, honor guards, and Poppy Day fundraising, to name just a few. And whereas VFW Post 10131 and its auxiliary are active within the City of Cape Canaveral, VFW Post 10131 has been serving veterans and the broader community since its founding in 1975, so by supporting and advocating for veterans upon their return from the war, providing free meeting spaces to nonprofit organizations, area cleanup and beautification in the city, food bank donations, Teacher of the Year nominations, school and youth programs like Scout of the Year, the Pledge of Allegiance, flag etiquette, and Patriot Pen Voice of Democracy essay contests. And whereas this year represents the 50th anniversary of the founding of Post 10131 VFW, and it is fitting to recognize Post 10131 VFW for their many community accomplishments and contributions over the past 50 years. The City of Cape Canaveral applauds the outstanding service that our veterans have provided to our community and to the nation, and the dedication and commitment of all our men and women who serve and protect this country each and every day. Now, therefore, I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, do hereby proclaim October 4th, 2025 as VFW Post 10131 Day in the City of Cape Canaveral, hereby recognizing the hard work and dedication of these professionals in service to our community, signed and sealed the 16th day of September 2025. Council, if you want to come forward with a photo with our local VFW, please do.
This is indeed an honor to be recognized. And what I would like to recognize, first of all, 50 years ago, 25 individuals that are veterans just got together and they decided to have a start up a VFW. Every single one of those have now passed on, but the VFW has certainly stayed on and will continue on, maybe for another 50 years, but we'll wait and see. We couldn't do this without the support of many of the individuals, including the city here, these guys here, the fire department, and more importantly, the community itself. Thank you very much for supporting the VFW. And I would also tell you two more things. Number one, we've got a parade coming up for the city of Cape Canaveral. Last year we had a parade, and this year the VFW is going to be hosting it again. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with one thing. You haven't seen anything until you have the mayor come over and serve burgers at the VFW. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We love our local VFW and appreciate you all very much. To continue. Thank you. All right, the final proclamation that we have here for today is a stormwater proclamation. And I believe we have Laura here to receive it. I'm going to come forward and read the proclamation. Thank you. This is an official proclamation of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, whereas the City of Cape Canaveral recognizes that protecting water quality is vital to the health, safety, and welfare of our residents, visitors, and environment. And whereas stormwater runoff, rainwater that flows over the streets, parking lots, lawns, and other services can carry pollutants such as litter, oils, fertilizers, pesticides, and sediment into the city's storm drains, canals, and directly into the Banana River Lagoon. And whereas the Banana River Lagoon is a treasured natural resource and vital ecosystem that supports diverse wildlife, recreation, and tourism, all of which contribute to the city's economy and quality of life. And whereas stormwater management practices, including green infrastructure, proper disposal of waste, reduced use of harmful chemicals, and community education are critical to preventing water pollution and protecting our waterways. And whereas the City of Cape Canaveral is committed to public education, sustainable development practices, and environmental stewardship to reduce stormwater impacts and ensure compliance with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, permit requirements. And whereas individuals, businesses, schools, and organizations can take part in protecting water quality by preventing pollution at the source and adopting best management practices for stormwater, now therefore I, Wes Morrison, Mayor of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of September 22nd through the 26th, 2025, as Stormwater Awareness Week in the City of Cape Canaveral, and I call upon all residents, businesses, and community organizations to join in efforts to protect our water resources, reserve our environment, and support a sustainable future for generations to come. Signed and sealed the 16th day of September 2025.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'd like to say thank you for this proclamation on behalf of myself as well as Timothy Carlisle, who couldn't make it today, but would have loved to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's not talking about stormwater in Florida?
I'm sure Tim dreams about it.
So important. Thank you. All right. Now we are to the next item, which, got my sheet there. We've got the applicant interview for a Culture and Leisure Services Board. Miss Mary Lou Stant, please come forward. Thank you so much for being here. If you go there, our city attorney will ask you just a few questions. And
Okay. Good evening.
Two really easy questions. First, all of the information in your application is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yep.
Okay, please explain to the council why you would like to serve on the Culture and Leisure Services Board.
In sum, I would like to learn more about the community in which I live and perhaps even find out ways where I can make valuable contributions.
thank you very much, Mary. Again, appreciate your willingness to serve on this board. It is really refreshing to know the way we're structured to have. I can't imagine making decisions without our advisory boards to help. So you stepping into that is directly impacting our decisions, and it is very much appreciated. Council, we can go down the line. Councilmember Willis, any questions?
No questions, but read your resume, read your application. We're very happy to have you. Thank you very much for stepping up, and wish more people would. So thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you. Hello, Mary Lou. Thank you so much for applying for this position on the board. And I happen to know you've done some volunteer type of work before and everything, and I think it'd be beneficial for us to hear about that a little bit. Would you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, starting back when I lived in North Palm Beach, I was on the golf course advisory committee. And I'll never forget it. The poor pro would come to all the meetings and just, in a cold sweat, trying to get people not to wear steel cleats on the course and wear rubber. And I was sitting there at the meeting and I said, I propose, make a motion to approve rubber cleats. Somebody seconded it and we all voted it in unanimously. So I'm pretty good at pointing out the obvious and not afraid to speak up when I see it. So that was one instance. And then when I lived in North Carolina, I was on the Mecklenburg County IT Advisory Committee, another volunteer position, just to get involved in my community and learn what was going on. So that was good. And I've done some tutoring along the way. I got an award at one point, but I wasn't prepared to reiterate what's in my package there, but I think that's about all. I tried volunteering, to be honest with you, on my homeowners association. I was the treasurer, and I think I took the job a little too seriously and didn't realize that, it's like when you're in a homeowners association, it's like working on an Indian reservation. You know, you got your own set of rules. And, you know, that's why I came to the city, because I know some members of the council, and I have a lot of respect for Mr. Morrison and what you've done. And so I hope I can become one of the good guys.
Thank you, Mary Lou. I just wanted to reiterate, because you have done a lot and you've offered a lot in the communities that you've been in. So I just wanted to make sure we knew that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Yes. Hi, Mary Lou.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It looks like you are way qualified, and I like where you said in your application that you think outside the box. I
Yeah.
like that. And our boards are very important, especially the Culture and Leisure Board. So welcome, and thank you for stepping up.
Thank you for having me.
That was the board you were serving on prior to the
Yeah.
council, was it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It is important, and boy, since Mayor Pro Tem Kellum served in that capacity, those departments have really evolved, and so many new activities, and some things we stopped doing, but I agree with everything I've heard. I think professionally, you've been an analyst, so that's, I think, always helpful. And we really appreciate your willingness and hope that if there's ever anything the council can do, as we're considering, that you please continue to communicate and be a part of those conversations. And we'll be watching your board meetings. I know we all pay attention, and some attend, many of them. And thank you very much to support you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Mary Lou? We'll have an opportunity to adopt the formal resolution to hire, but our code and charter requires this interview process, and it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that is excellent. I think, up here fumbling around, I lost my sheet, but that's okay. So the last and most certainly not least, action 5.6 here in the beginning is new city staff introductions. I'll turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Touchberry.
Thank you, Mayor. So Atlantis Cooper is a part-time administrative assistant in community and economic development, and she unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. I did speak with her earlier. She does have a conflict, but she is a part-time employee who's going to fill in at our front desk and help out in other operations in economic development, and we're very pleased to have her.
That is excellent. We're looking forward to it, and I love that we're continuing to do this, so thank you very much. I'm sure in that position, we will see her.
You will. Generally in the morning, she's part-time. I'm sorry, generally in the morning, she's part-time, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you again. All right. I think we are now at the public hearing items. Now, we got two sections of public hearings. I just want to clarify, that's because are we required to do these types of the budget and tax related up front? Like before public participation, is that or was this?
This has just been local custom, really,
Okay,
to handle them at the beginning of the meeting.
I like it. I want to compliment it, especially due to the significance of them, and gives folks an opportunity to weigh in. So, council, we are moving right along here to item 6.1. This item is final millage rate titled. This is the second and final adoption public hearing resolution number 2025-12, adopting a final millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 25-26 on all taxable property located within the city of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, providing for an effective date. The first reading was held on August 19th, 2025. This is adopting a final millage rate of 3.2474 mils for fiscal year 25-26, which represents a rate below the rollback rate and includes two segments with our library and general government millage. That's where we left off the last time. We've obviously had a budget workshop today. But since this is a public hearing item, I first want to, Council, do we have any questions for technical questions or anything to clarify before we give the public an opportunity to speak on this item? Anything to clarify? Should say city manager, did I?
We're fine, we're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Is this the millage rate we were talking about?
No.
No, do we need an amendment for that?
Oh, yes, I'm saying the proposal here, or where we left it, we're going to hear from the public, and then we'll seek a motion for the rate we want, if we want this rate, or jump right to the rate we just discussed, I think. I'm reading the agenda as written. We had some discussion, so this is where we left off due to the workshop today. I think we might have an opportunity to lower that millage rate more. That will be represented in a motion within this vote. I'm sure we'll probably have to jump ahead and talk about the budget like we always do a little bit. But when we get to the budget, I think it'll move quicker. But I want to give the public a chance to comment on this. So if anyone does choose to comment, just know that we're hearing your thoughts on the millage rate. We're at the rollback rate, and if you want to speak on potentially going lower, I think the calculation was councils could go 3.3% less, which I think is a 3.1434 mil. For transparency, I didn't want that to be confusing, but we will take that up here shortly. So with that, public participation, I do have some cards, but you obviously don't need one. Anyone here choose to speak on Resolution 2025-12 to set the final millage rate? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation. All right, council. We just got out of the budget. I think it's important to state if the number is correct. There was a slight adjustment. The last time I spoke, our finance director said the amount in total of the items that we calculated looks to be about $1,000 more. It's $212,010. And our city manager knew it the whole time. We were teasing, he said, he did back of the napkin. Thank you. Is that the correct?
That's correct.
That is excellent, and I think that would
That equates,
change the
yeah,
millage rate a little.
Mayor, that equates to a new millage rate of 3.1429, which is a reduction from what you passed previously with the rollback of 3.32% below rollback.
3.32% below the rollback rate. And do we know roughly what that revenue would be?
Oh, well, you're.
Well,
what
I
you're
think
do-
you'll have
what
to calculate it.
Yeah, what you're doing essentially is you've just reduced, you've reduced the budget by $212,000.
Maybe it should.
Which
so
means that your revenues are going to equal your expenditures, so we'll make those adjustments, and then it'll reflect, if the budget was, I don't have it right in front of me, but $38 million, whatever, it'll reduce by $212,010. And so what's going to happen now is, once council gets done settling on this, I will, and then we get through the budget ordinance, those adjustments will be made. So when council votes on the budget next, they're essentially voting on what changes they made that affected the millage, and they basically are approving a budget that's that much lower of the 212,000 if you stay with 212. Then after that, what I will do when that's completed, I will go upstairs and I will redo the resolution's numbers, so of which council approves, and then I'll bring that down, and when council at the end of the night is done, they will sign that resolution. And that's how that'll work. And then
That
your
is-
budget books will be adjusted accordingly, and you'll get those, early next week.
Okay, so that is helpful. Thank you. The total revenues was roughly I'm trying to go to
Oh, to the,
what the rollback rate was going to bring. You just shared that it'd be 200,000. If we're reducing the
Well, you re-
rollback rate by, what was it, 3.3%, does that equal or decrease in revenue by 3.3%?
right, it's.
Does that math work that way?
It's, it's reducing, what you've done is you have reduced, you went in and reduced expenditures by 212,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then those adjustments will have to be made to, the revenues we're not reducing the revenues, we just reduced the expenditures, which will then keep the contingency intact, so to speak.
That rate of 3.14 will support, we did not need the higher rate to support those reductions. Okay.
Yeah. And so,
So ad valorem
yeah,
current was 6.5 million,
so it'll reduce that by
200.
12,010.
Yeah, and I think, these are allocated at the 95%
Yes.
collection. And I saw in the last report for the agenda for currently, we've received 101%.
That's because
Of the
of
revenue.
delinquent taxes and what have you.
And so when that
It'll
hits,
always be
that's
like that.
good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I know that's rare. I think we did it one other year, but
yeah.
that's helpful. Okay, council, the 3.1429 rate, from the $212,010 in reductions, I think it would make sense for us to maybe go back and where we left off, and if there's anything else that we need to discuss on those items, obviously anywhere in the budget book. Floor is open.
So, do we want to discuss, or did we come to a consensus on the reindeer run? Because our cuts and not having that under the circumstances, did we had discussed possibly looking at a promoter,
Yeah, I think
or do we just,
it would be worth, if there's a way, my 2 cents is to not, could somebody step in and do the role that, or some of the functions of the role that Mary Jane did that was not our city staff? I
Right.
think that was your idea. The city staff's still going to have to be involved, obviously, in the same capacity, but, yeah. So, I don't know.
Like the running company, I forget the name of it.
Running
Yeah.
zone.
Running zone. For them to take it over.
I mean,
think that
they-
we need to leave that money there, and if we can possibly do it, do it. But it would take staff to contact them, see where they're at.
and they may have a bunch of volunteers and may be able to do a lot that we're not anticipating,
Right.
with the transition of Mary Jane. So, I just was wondering, I think we should leave the money there in that spot to make sure that we have that in there just in case.
I think it's important too, because, we've lost other things in the city that we used to do. We had Fido Field Day, we had the Patriots Day, Founder's Day, and things like that. And this is a very important event for our city, so whatever we can do, it's a shame it's such short notice that we.
Yes, it is, and it's, I don't want it to be a burden for staff to try to pull it off.
It's hard
But,
to.
but there, if we got with if staff got with the running zone and they were able to do that and possibly ended up that we had to deal with a promoter or something for T-shirts and those kinds of things. I mean, it can be unpleasant, but you can get those things pulled off in this amount of time. It's not something we don't want to burden staff with, but I just hate having a year skip because I remember when we have done that before, and this is a big community event. The people it draws out, watching the runners and everything.
It is a big event.
Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest events that we have of the year. And so, boy, I just hate skipping a year on that one. I remember back in the 2008 years where there were a lot of foreclosures in the area and real estate had bottomed out. And it was like 30 people that ran by, you know, and we all missed that camaraderie that was here, but that we have as a community. So that's just my thoughts on that piece.
Yes, I think the 212,000 has that,
In
the
it.
funds that, which at least gives us an opportunity. If there is a way, we'll probably have to figure out that way over the coming weeks, very short term. Councilmember Willis.
It might be difficult to find a promoter because they're typically going to take a percentage. So we have to consider that. I think it might be to get it to the point that everyone would be comfortable with the presentation. It might be difficult to pull off this year.
I just think the time, it takes a lot to get an event like that together. Like John was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Usually started in June or July, and we're already the end of September.
well, I'm in the process of putting on a golf tournament for Cape View Elementary, and that has taken several months already, and the tournament's not till November 1st. So it does take a lot.
And same with the parade for the Veterans Day. Yeah, it takes a lot to make things
Managing the
happen.
vendors. John, I see you up here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, Molly texted me earlier. We're no longer using the running zone. We're using Run for a Cause.
Okay.
They're cheaper. It costs us less money and we can do it. We just want to make sure we do it to the same level of quality that it has been. And because Molly always points out, our department is the forward-facing for the community. And we just want to keep things to the standard that people are used to having them here. But thank you. I just wanted to clarify that about the company.
One other just question in regards to what we're, Mary Jane.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any opportunity to kind of hand off her process? I mean, she's been doing it for so long, I don't know if she's got some procedures or steps or any type of valuable information.
I've worked with her mainly, dealt with her through the Friday Fest events. But I know we would have meetings to start planning for the reindeer run in June. And she would start, she had already had feet on the ground, was already moving. But no, sir, there wasn't a lot of pass down. And as I said earlier, it was always out there that she was gonna retire, but never a date. And then it just, she came up and told us that she was retiring, and
Mr.
that's
Mayor?
where we found ourselves.
Councilmember Willis.
John, could you possibly get Mary Jane to supply you with her contact list for that event only?
And I think that Amy has a small portion, but she is the best conduit for Mary Jane.
Well, I think
But,
it would be very, very important to have that contact list of just
Right.
of the.
The big things like Waste Management, they always donate water, and Jimmy John's or Jersey Mike's, one of them donates the sandwiches and bananas and things like that. That wouldn't be hard to do. It's the things that people want to get, the T-shirts and the medals and things like that. And then the raffle's a big thing. We just don't want to disappoint people. But yes, sir, we can work on that.
Now, I know my wife is a member of a running club, and they have to register for these things starting about now.
Right.
So we're going to be late at getting that out if we were to try to pull it off. I'm not arguing against it.
No.
but I just
There's a lot of moving parts to it.
understand what it's going to take.
Yes.
I think that,
And, you know, at the $15,000, you know, we may make 10 out of it, pay 15 to sponsor the thing and then make 10. So, you know, it's not, we've never looked at it as a moneymaker. It's a community thing. And again, it's not that we don't want to do it. We would love to do it. We just want to maintain the level that we try to with every event we put on. Citizens will be happy, and it's something that we can be proud of, and you guys can too.
yeah, I think that it's hard, undeniable. I mean, time is what it is, and I agree. And I've done half marathon over this. I mean, that's a really big one, the Space Coast Marathon, several years ago, and boy, it's a whole nother level. And we've been improving the reindeer run every year. And we've, like I said, now we got residents out on Ridgewood. We invite and they come and we hand out reindeers, and it kind of grows every year. But I said all that to this is it's so popular that it's really hard for us to see, you know, what all goes into it. You started answering some of those questions, but to me, it would not be about inviting people, the cost. I think they need to know where to go to, if you set a date, but then all the logistics, you know, Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and then the time to get the awards and the medals. It sounds like those are the gaps
I don't think we'd have time to get the medals here. As Amy said, they come from China, and that's always a long lead time getting those in.
So the issue would be, is it better to do no race than maybe we get a different medal? Maybe it's not as, some of those medals, I mean, you win, nice, but everyone does not get a medal, right?
No, so they get a medal if they.
A
they come in and get
participation
t-shirt.
medal? The year I ran,
Yeah,
did you
that's
get a
part
medal?
of it.
I didn't get a medal.
It's part of the
We
entry
can,
fee.
we can put that on the agenda for
Typically-
next meeting if you want,
Because
Mayor.
you're, like, it's part of the entry fee, right, John? Because you get a T-shirt and
Right.
you get the medal. Yeah, that's how we
Okay.
do it in,
Yeah, 'cause
Well, maybe we don't give
in my
everyone a
hometown.
medal.
I'm going to tell you, I got promotional things
paid for it.
done, printed and everything in a week and shipped and received. So there's different things we could do for this one time rather than a medal. I mean, where the Space Coast, we could get some little techie promo item done that's printed here in the US as a 1 year, you know,
The
little
medal's a
freebie
big
along
draw,
with a
though.
T-shirt.
The medal is.
The medal's a big draw, because when we do it in Cocoa Beach, you get this nice big medal, participation. And then, because I walk, and then and then the T-shirt, so that's like $35. You pay
The
$35.
T-shirt is a big deal.
Yeah, but that medal is,
I have not seen you wearing your medal yet.
I will not wear it here in Cape
Tell you
Canaveral.
what, we have people for a month or 2 months after the race is over coming by to pick them up. They don't pick them up on the day of the race.
Yeah.
They leave it, but man, they don't leave them. They come and they want them. They come and pick them up. But again, we just want to make sure we're doing.
And they're nice, too. They're heavy.
And that's
Yes.
appreciated.
They're not flimsy. They're nice. They're big medals.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've seen
they're
amazing.
substantive.
So I think it's kind of hard to see with the short notice how it's done. We don't want to defund it just because we can't see it. I agree that the wall might be high. And I think we all might have to, well, our next meeting is going to be,
And the Space
Third week
Force
of
is
October.
having their 5K, I think, the week after the reindeer run. So there's a race that's, Commander Keck showed it to me when I was up here.
the Air Force,
The Space Force, they're having a race.
and they've been promoting it.
Apparently so. It was online.
We just need to change the name to the Reindeer Run.
Just have come down
Take-
Ridgewood.
Okay.
Or just hand out T-shirts to the people in our city and let them run behind them.
I like it. All right. Well, thank you. Councilmember Willis, anything else?
Well, no, want to keep the money in there, but I find it difficult to think that we can pull it off to the level that we probably, or the participants expect.
Yeah. If there was an agency out there that goes, this is what we do, hand us 12 grand or 10 grand and we're going to have your medals, T-shirts overnight. And, even then, which is, I get it.
That's why I was talking about, now you say it's run for calls. If we contacted them and said, hey, we need this, we'll give the 15,000 to you if you can make it happen.
How about we just maybe say, we're going to keep the money in, and if we could inquire this one company who's new, we don't have the resources, we can be upfront with them, obviously communicate.
Right, that's
What
what I
can you guys, do? And I think maybe that's practical.
I deal with contractors almost every day of the week, and that's the way I approach them. Here's where we are, can we work together? Okay, so if no other questions, and Councilmember Willis, I'll get the information you asked about just the logistics end of it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, John. All right, so we are going to keep that, which doesn't change the number, the 211,000. Councilman, oh, yes, thank you. 212, that's a special number. That's when, what is it? Water boils to steam. Steam is produced at 212 degrees. There's a whole book about that. It's actually really cool. But either way, I've digressed. We got a millage rate public hearing item. We've heard, or opened it up public. The budget's right behind it. We're talking through budget issues to make sure we are on the same page. We're keeping the batting cage. I think that was a change in the budget. We've reduced the car by 10,000. Our total general fund contingency, and I know, that number would be at this rate.
Yeah, just look at a non-departmental page in the new budget you were given and see what numbers reflected there. Is it 335 or?
The spreadsheet.
In your budget book on a non-departmental page, which is
Okay.
page,
We got wastewater. Well, I think the total,
yeah, look at the page 47 still, if it hasn't changed since we updated. Look at the bottom there where it says contingency. What's the number there?
what name, 47?
Yeah, page 47, non-departmental.
23, 3,
Is it 47 in that book too? Because they reprinted the book for you. I got.
No, understood. What, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, you said the contingency, 335,625?
That's it. Yep.
yeah, there it is.
So is that going, we don't need to reduce that number, right?
No, that's the one we're not touching. We went and reduced expenditures throughout the general fund, and we're unaffected right now with that.
Okay, and that, I guess would be what, 11, 12% of the total budget? Oh, no, I'm way off, like
No.
1 to 2% right there. Yeah. Total non-departmental, but this is for the whole general fund. It's just classified in the,
The 335 supports the general fund throughout, yeah. So
Okay.
if something, if you got to do a transfer into a department, that's where the money comes from if your budget runs out in, a critical line item or what have you.
I think understanding, I know that there was a report and Joey was going through how those monies are used. I don't know if there's a way to account for that. But, when you look at historical, it's really hard to see.
We could show that throughout the year by anytime that there's a budget transfer, because something happens, the money's coming out of contingency. So what we could do on a monthly basis is, if there's and we used to do this too, if there's a budget transfer, we'll just put it at the bottom. You'll see a highlighted thing at the bottom of the monthlies. And if there's a thing there that says budget transfers for the month of, there'll be a total, and then you'll know that that came out of the contingency total. We could do that, yeah.
I think that
They'll
would be,
track it
I
pretty
just don't
good.
want to be in a spot where, it's like
All of a
3
sudden
more
it's gone.
months and the contingencies.
Right, no, we'll let you know by month.
And I know the process, paperwork that you guys are doing is awesome. There's memo, there's
Right.
the department submits, and and it really answered my questions. I saw, but
And,
that was it.
yeah. Yep, and the city manager will see it because the city manager will now be initialing the budget transfers after it comes through me. It's going to go to the city manager.
Okay, great. Council? $3.1434. No, 3.1429.
Yes.
The last thing I will say for now, I think that gives me is legal services is something that I think we have. Obviously, our city attorney has a role chartered in the code, and so one of the things I talked with our city manager about was, utilizing that. We've talked in the past about incorporating our city attorney into, some of the review processes at times. And so that's an area in the past, we can see the historical expenditures. And, there can be litigation some years, and it can be volatile, and so need to make sure that's there. But I think that having the money there is important, but we should, by average, 187,000 in 2022-23. 238,000, 2023-24, and then we go through 26. That might be a little high. We won't know, but I have encouraged that. And I think, 22-23 might even been low. I'm not saying anything's high, but to not utilize those services, I think at this stage and where the city is a misstep. And so we will, and we've talked about some of the projects, Fillmore and those. That was it. I think unless there's more to that number that maybe I'm not seeing, is that just a safe number? Because one of the things I wrote was, I think 40,000 potentially could be less, but I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying it would be a big jump if we actually ended up doing that this year, and I'm not sure it's going to be that high. Happy to have it because I've been supported utilizing our city attorney more, and I think that could be another opportunity for this council to be aware of as we're moving forward. Contingency gets low. We need to look over here, see how, I think this is one of the areas.
I think with some of the new legislation, it's better to have it padded in that particular category. Because we do have, SB 105 and some of those that are ugly, and we may end up having to engage. So to me, I like having it in there, and then, like you're saying, Mr. Mayor, is being able to move from it if we needed to.
Yeah, and I think city attorney can see things in the horizon that's coming and help with us and work and see what's
Absolutely.
possible. You want to say anything? I'm not asking you to, but if you wanted to.
I'd be happy to answer any questions if you had them. I think, that's historically a little, high, but we had some extraordinary issues, as you know, in the last year and a half, to say the least.
We also have new staff that has direct connection with the city attorney and an open line of communication, if you will. And as new staff gets more accustomed to their duties and responsibility, they may find the less and less of a need to seek, legal guidance or opinion because of their experience. But I think right now we see some of that happening now with new directors and, of course, a new city manager.
And as unique things come up, if we had some unique things come up, it might put the attorney in a situation where we didn't expect the attorney to have to maybe write a 25-page document, but there was a necessity, just use an example. There was a necessity to do that based on the situation. So, that took a lot of time. So that's how costs could happen, unexpected costs due to something we think we're done, but then somebody says, now I'm going to challenge that, and now we need a legal opinion. And so Anthony's writing a 25-page opinion or something, so.
Yeah, I'd rather have enough for those scenarios.
Right.
In the end, if they're not needed, great. We're happy, everyone moves forward, and we can kind of stay ahead of it. You don't want to be in the legal department underfunded, for sure, especially when you need something fast. So that's great. Okay. Just reviewing final things here as it relates to it, and if there's anything, council, please jump in at any time.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
I think at 3.1429, we've done our job. I think staff has done their job. And I think our residents should be happy with where we are. And
Yeah,
that's the way I feel about it at the moment.
I think I want to just make sure, what I'm actually looking at was we've had comments on the budget related from Dr. Shannon Roberts, Mr. Brad Prevel, and a few others. I'm just going through these and making sure there's no list or blind spots.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I think one of the things we need to do is to be sure that we are disseminating information to the public properly and being sure that they have a transparent view into what we're looking at and make those things available to the public a little easier if we can. Particularly budget, let them see what we're looking at as much as humanly possible. We can't just print up everything each time, but at least a summary so that they have a good feel for what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think, as good as anyone on this software, as we become, our team, better at using it and familiar with the reporting. I know our city manager and I, we've chatted that the functionality and the reports that can come out of BSNA, I think many of those are great for the public as well, especially the high-level stuff. And, yeah, the budgets have from, PDF, but you can see some of the best practices with cities with many of them a lot bigger budgets than we have. But I'm looking forward to seeing us get better at that tool or any other tools that can help. But, yes, it will help, and I cannot compliment this spreadsheet and the ability to do this enough. I mean, this was a game changer. It's like the fact that in the past, you would see kind of numbers fall off and you couldn't understand 5 years. And it's so important, the COVID, I mean, that can really skew the data. And so you can't just look at it one-sided. This gave, as far as I think I would like to see, and it did help us, I think, get to this. And I think next year, our city manager sort of walked into this halfway through the process. I appreciate your patience as we're working through it.
Thank you.
And obviously our finance department, who has been responsive to get these questions answered. We will get better, and I do think that 3.1429 is a great rate for us. And any other opportunities, or we don't do reindeer or whatever, I think the monthly reporting information only, which started about a year ago, two, is another thing we're sort of getting used to. That, from your point, Councilmember Willis, is if we're looking at this, because I know there's concerns about lien every month, and maybe in that we can incorporate some reports and kind of, all right, remember what we passed here. Let's make sure we're doing okay, and if we're ready, let's go.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to echo what you said. I want to commend the city manager and John and his team for giving us the granularity that we were looking for and for being very responsive to our requests. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
I thank my Cheryl, Joey, Donna, and Kelly. I mean, team's doing a hell of a job, and give credit where credit's due. So I feel very blessed to have this staff.
I want to thank your staff too, because they've done an excellent job. And even while you were unavailable, and Joey is amazing with his young mind, because he is like a calculator and getting those figures out for us on the fly, along with your help. So I totally agree with you, and thank you so much. And thank you, city manager, as well as the staff, for looking at how we could get this to where we needed it to be. And so I'm appreciative for everyone's work on it.
Well, we want to keep a good environment because we want people like Joey and others to stay with this city and grow. Because someday I'll get old and I'll have to retire. But on a serious note, we do. We have to keep a good environment and give people something that motivates them to shoot for. And I think we're doing that. And this new city manager, extremely positive. Staff is elated that he's here, and we got a really good thing going on right now. We want to keep it going. Thanks, boss.
Agreed.
Thank you, John.
And it just feels good to pass a budget that you like, I get it. Like, I understand the why behind it, because, it gives us as council a lot of confidence to say, no, we did it. And I am extremely proud of this city as one team, one town city, Cape Canaveral, for being able to do this. I've been following it a little. I think we might be one of the few, if not the only again, unless this council knows about any other below rollback rates. So that is a testament in itself. And I think with all that's happening at the state, we're going to be in a very strong position to protect our home rule and try to put the city in the best position on revenue, whether it's selling a kern or, but more about the bigger revenue opportunities that we've talked about in the past, whether it's gas, taxes, optimizing that, tourist development tax, how do we, make our case, and I think we all know that we can, and every other entity that impacts our little town around us to reduce our reliance on those property taxes. So let's do this if we're ready. And
I would just like to say that this spreadsheet is amazing. It's really, really helped us And then in the last meeting that I wasn't here, I listened to it a couple times. I like the idea that you said, Mr. Mayor, about let's establish the tax rate and then figure out the budget, rather than the other way around. I like that idea moving forward. I'm not going to be here next budget round, but this has been so helpful, this spreadsheet, and understanding what's what. And when we understand it, the general public understands. So thank you again for your work, and to the city manager that walked into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-12. Do we have to put the new,
3.184 is the aggregate.
right?
I think it'd be good, and as she maybe can finish this motion, what is that breakdown? And I don't want, is the combined fine, or should we?
The combined will be fine, because what you're doing the general fund, or you're doing, general government, and then you have the library in there. Well, we're already at rollback at the library. The library is insignificant with the 0411. So what we're doing is, we went in, as we're going below rollback, further below rollback, and we went to the general fund. We didn't have to mess with the library. The library is fine, it's low.
So the general fund is 3.1434, or it's 3.1429?
That includes the library.
And so if, yeah, so I think it's important that we,
Microphone.
The general government and the library dependent.
what are those breakdowns? I really think
He's
we
just
need that.
asking for the breakdown. It's just a math
Oh,
question.
breakdown. We'll just
So it's 3 point, yeah, subtract the library from the 3.1429, so, no, that's okay. I had my mic off, so I think that's,
3.1429 minus, what is the library rollback?
0411. So you,
0.0411?
right,
and that'll give you the general.
So that means it's 3.1018?
if that's what it comes out to, what I do.
On my calculator, yeah.
I'm gonna, when we're done with the budget, I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna do this document over.
We need it for the motion.
3.1018. 3.1018 and
3.1018.
.0411. 0.0411 is library to give you that total.
Okay. So I make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2025-12 with the millage rate of 3.1018 and the library dependent rate at 0.0411.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Willis. The comment I would say is, this is actually really interesting, because last year, I don't think we had this conversation, and last year, the library millage rate, if I read it, actually increased.
It was at .0422, I believe, and then we went,
Yeah.
rollback this year is .0411, so I went right to rollback with the library.
So this year it'll stay, but I think last year we were approaching the combined, but when you look at the line items, I saw an increase, and I'm like, how? Well, it was for that very tiny, and then the city took a greater, but when you combine them, it ended up being like 3.5%. So one of them increased, one of them was decreased, but this year I think I understand. Any other comments or discussion on the motion?
Somebody second it?
Yes, Councilmember Willis. Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson. 4. Councilmember Kellum. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, I do apologise.
No problem. 4.
Mayor Morrison
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay. Final adoption, public hearing, fiscal year 25-26, final millage rate resolution 2025-12, passes 4-0. City Attorney, I think that wraps that one up, right? We went public comment. We're back.
Now we're on the ordinance.
Okay, City Attorney. Item 6.2.
Ordinance 06-2025, an ordinance of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, adopting the annual general fund, wastewater enterprise fund, stormwater enterprise fund, enterprise capital fund, special revenue funds, capital project funds, and agency fund budgets for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading of the ordinance and final adoption of the next fiscal year budget based on the millage rate that the City Council just established. Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Before we go into public, do we have any questions for the City Attorney, City Manager, Department Directors? Before hearing from the public, I don't have any cards for this one, but somebody wants to speak, obviously can, public hearing. Good. All right. Open up public participation. If you'd like to speak, please come forward or signal, and we'll make sure you're heard. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation.
I'll make a motion, we adopt ordinance number 06-2025 in the second reading.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Jackson to adopt the motion and enactment of ordinance 06-2025. My question on that motion is, what do we need to change?
Yeah, so basically, your budget, what you're doing is, it's okay to adopt this, and really, all you really think you need to say, and I think Anthony, we could ask Anthony, your budget has been reduced in the general fund by $212,010. So the overall, when you see your front page on your budget, it's going to be that much lower. And then when we look in the general fund revenues, like the mayor said, that the revenues go down, then the millage, the ad valorem tax is going to go down 212, and we've reduced the expenditures throughout. So if council just votes that to approving a budget that reduces the revenues or the overall budget by $212,010, then I think that does it. And then I will go up with, actually, when Joey gets back, we'll adjust all the things we were asked to do. And when you get the new budget, it'll be $212,010 less. And then that'll satisfy.
But it'll be
Anthony,
the
is that-
project, it's important that it'll be those projects.
It'll be,
212.
yes, it'll be.
Like concessions, yeah.
Yeah, everything,
Unless-
so we will only reduce the expenditures that were approved by council that got us to this millage. We will reduce the overall budget total, and then you will receive a book that shows exactly what you're passing here, where I think, and Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they have to say, we approve this budget with, has a reduction of $212,010 in the general fund, and then it all gets adjusted accordingly. Because that's what's changing. Because I mean, that's how you have to do it, because we're not going to go, we can't go to, based on the changes, we can't do all the changes tonight, but we know what the changes are.
So the budget, I see.
So in this advertisement, I think it'd be good if we go to the ad that was ran.
On the 11th?
Yeah, it's provided, by the way, this is great. I think it's attachment or 3. Yeah. If we can go to that breakdown of the budget summary. The page isn't numbered, it's the last page in the agenda item. Now this has got all the funds, general revenue, but in that general fund column, the expenditures are it's actually, is it that one? Mine looks a little different than that.
Well, this one.
Yeah, because there's different things added together, but in essence, the
Yeah, that's the
millage that was generated is $212,000. Now it's going to be $212,000 less.
And that millage rate would be adjusted up at the top of that in the left-hand
Yes.
column
Yes, exactly.
over here, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Yep,
We don't have to run the ad again because we've already run it.
we're
but
going
this-
lower.
Now, we're going lower. Well, we're going lower, yeah, so we're not,
So the expenditures in the general fund column, although I love this layout too, because it really helps see the transfers and, so $22,970,986.
yep, and that will be reduced by,
Well, I guess
that'll be reduced by $212,010.
okay, so those transfers out of the general fund at 335,000?
Well, that's because, that is the contingency.
I think it'll, okay, well, that
That's the
makes sense.
contingency.
Okay, and then so that needs to, so the number is 23,306,611.
Right.
Okay, so we would reduce that by 212,000?
Right.
Okay. And is it, okay. And last year's total expenditures, what is that number?
Let me see.
For the general fund only?
Let me, I don't believe this changed.
I just want to see the change. Actually, I got the budget. Well, the budget, but
I have to go other budget here from last year, so I'm just getting through my book. That would be. Let's see, it looks like the totals were, and I'll double check this, but 21,902,332. And this year it's 23,306. Let me make sure that that's. And the overall, yeah, because the budget, and the overall budget was 37,408, and now this year is. Could you go to the first page of that book? The first page of the budget book, could you go to the first page of the transmittal,
Okay.
please?
I'll find it.
Said I'd be looking through this book, 'cause this is an old one.
This page, that's not the first page.
It'll be on page, I just want to show them. It'll be on page 2. I just want to make sure this budget book's showing 38,0122.
Budgets. That's the memo.
Counsel, you could look at page 2 on your book. You've got the book. If you look on page 2 at the top, on the transmittal.
Page,
It'll tell you
Okay.
what the total budget is, 38 million. Does it show 38,110,122, or you've got the updated one? What does it show on page 2, on the transmittal? At the very top, the first line.
This page too.
yeah, I think it's page 6.
Oh, is it page?
That gives a more consistent breakdown.
Oh, yeah,
It's just,
I was trying to identify though what,
Yeah, I'm trying to reduce it.
So-
what the budget, what the total budget was on page 2, if somebody could just,
Hold it.
rattle that. Oh, here we go. Esther's got it. Go up, Esther.
23
Come on,
million.
mouse, hold on.
There we go, right there. So it's 38,075,789. So that number is going to be reduced in totality by 212,000. And now you could go to the page that the mayor's talking about. He wants to see expenditures on the general fund. So go to page 6. Just slide down. Keep going. Keep going. Stop there. Okay. So that's,
Or page 13, I'm sorry.
okay, go to page 13 then.
That was bad because it was,
Okay, 13. Let me see.
so yeah, that
Yeah,
basically
30
our
Expenditures,
actuals,
30,
well, that was the original budget for this year. Basically, it says in 22-23, we spent 25,800,000. Then 23-24, that's the latest audited year that we have, right? Our CAFR
Right,
is for 28, so that was the number, 28,668,000. And we obviously are on the final stretch of this budget, unaudited, but we set a 37 million. Do we know roughly where we are today?
I'd have to look at the
That's, because that's,
monthly financials and,
I guess, yeah,
are you just looking to
it's
see?
absolutely going to be, I mean, if we spend all of the 37 million, it's going to be a big reduction because I think, yeah, that's got a lot of transfers of the other financing. I guess I'm trying to see what the expenditures look like in this same category for the current year we're in. I can see we spent 28 million in 23-24 actuals.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the,
That's okay. I think that spreadsheet would be, nope, never mind. It's that columns. Okay.
yeah, because starting off in the budget last year, the expenditures were 21,902,332.
What was that, 21 million?
Yeah, 21 million.
What does that number represent?
Well, that is the expenditures for the general fund that was in the budget when we began last year.
Okay, yeah, I think,
And now this year, we're looking at 23, well, you gotta take 200K off that, so 23.1 million versus 21.9 million. So this year it's 23 point, it's gonna be 23.1 million, and last year it was 21.9 million. When I say last year, I mean this year. The new budget's 23.1, so that's the difference.
this budget that we're considering tonight is 23.1,
Right.
and the one last year was,
21.9 is what we went in with, so to see what the run rate is, I could, we could look at those reports and see where we're gonna end up. We won't actually know where we'll end up till about the first week of October.
yeah, I just was trying to get, I guess, the year-to-date, but I can see that the 23 million that was proposed is now, that makes sense, 200,000. Our
So it's,
balance year-to-date was like 14 million at the last report. So that number, according to whatever the date of this report, the same one, Mayor Pro Tem Kellerman, I think that column is showing, because I've got that expanded column view, that we've spent the 14.2.
what month is that, though? Is that back in July? It's 2 months behind, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I
it's 2
think-
months behind.
Yeah, it doesn't have a date. All right, so that cash forward, though, the 5 million, actually, you add that, and it gets it really close. So that makes sense.
That's
The
right.
expenditures increase from 23-24, but we don't know if they're going to increase or decrease from this year.
Yeah,
I guess
we'll-
that's, do we have any read, and I'll stop there
Yeah,
on.
we could land on that. We would know that, of course, for the first week of October, we'll know that.
Yeah, but where are
that won't be
we?
the adjusted because there has to be an audit, but that would
Okay.
be relatively close.
Okay, well, this was, I think, a couple months, so if we're at 14 million, I mean, I don't think we're gonna be spending 6 million in the next, or over the last month or two.
Well, it depends what projects are being hit in the budget and, you know,
Yep.
things of that nature.
Okay. We got a motion.
Was the motion,
Great.
did I say the right thing, Anthony? Do I need to?
It's, motion to approve the, budget
Right.
with a reduction
Of
of $212,000.
$212,010, which will be reduced out of the general fund. Because the enterprise fund will be unaffected, the other funds will be unaffected, so out of the general fund, and that'll do it.
Okay, so I amend my motion to adopt ordinance numbers 062025 with a $212,010 reduction in the general fund.
That's correct.
Yes,
Then I'll second that amended motion.
all right.
Okay, got a motion to amend the main motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and seconded by Councilmember Jackson, as stated, to reduce the expenditures by $211,010. Any discussion on the motion to amend the main motion?
Amendment.
Seeing none, City Clerk on the amendment to the motion.
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum,
Or,
Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
The motion to amend the main motion passes 4-0. City Attorney, I believe we're back to the main motion as amended.
Yes?
Just making sure I didn't misstep. I think we're now dealing with the one motion as amended. Council, we'll have to do it one more time if we're ready.
Make a motion, we approve the amended
Well,
motion.
No, it's already, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jackson. I don't need to do that. We need to go ahead, if there's no other discussion, call the roll.
Okay.
You did
Sorry.
the right thing.
City Clerk, is that clear?
Yes, I preferred your first,
Point of order?
yes, I preferred your first, where you declared to amend the motion, make a motion to amend the amendment, the amendment.
The Mayor Pro Tem made the motion.
Right, I understand that, but yes, so I just want you to,
And we took roll on that.
You need to
We
call the
took
roll now.
I think she's treating the Mayor Pro Tem's motion as an amendment
yes,
to the budget,
yes,
Exactly.
right.
and
Okay.
now she's asking for another vote to approve the budget as amended.
Exactly, right.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
That's what she would like.
Let's do it. That makes sense to me.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the budget as amended.
And I will second that.
Any further, I got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Jackson. Any further discussion? Councilmember Willis?
words out.
Good. City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum,
Or,
Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Thank you.
That's great. Yes, that is class. Ordinance passes 4-0. We are at 7:57 PM. I need to do a very quick break, and if we need longer, fine, but I think that gets us to the end of the Public, hearing items, and we do got public participation. I've got 3 cards. If we could take a break, come back and hear that, I think we can move through. So let's try to get back in the next 5 minutes, if you choose. I like clapping after.
That was a long struggle there.
Call this meeting back to order. We're in our regular city council meeting, September 16th. We just finished up the lengthier agenda to get to public participation. We finished both public hearing, the first set, 6.1 and 6.2 with the taxes and the budget. And now I've got 3 public comment cards here. And if, looks like 2, one of them is not noted. One of them says for item 11 and one of them's open. Dr. Shannon Roberts, I see you here if you'd like. And then item number 11, just to see, that is, okay, 11.1. Two? Okay, well, no, that's okay. I don't think so, not yet.
Thank you. Shannon Roberts, 703 Solana Shores Drive, here in Cape Canaveral, and I want to thank you so much for your address of the budget. And one of the comments I made on the card was the fact that I think that we have 3 basic customer groups. Naturally, council is one, staff is one, and the third is the community. And my concern, first of all, you all enabled John to have that spreadsheet that you all worked with tonight, and that's come as a result of your different workshops you've been having. You helped him work into something that you all could understand, and that is so significant. Applaud you for that. And then, of course, the staff, we hope the staff understands, since they're the formative part of the budget. The third group is the community, and one of those items that I mentioned on August 19th in that email to you all was the fact that I think it would be so helpful to have a budget-friendly product. We really were, I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I was completely lost tonight. I know you all were looking at that spreadsheet, but it was not a handout for us in the community, and maybe we could have followed it if it had been. But I'm just letting you know how clueless we get when we're listening to this, addressing each of the items. But I'm happy you all had something that you could work with, which is definitely an improvement. But I think the group that's getting, there's a gap, an opportunity for improvement is with the community. I think we need to have a budget-friendly product for the community, even if it was the top 10 things that you all were dealing with in layperson terms, so that we can understand exactly what you're talking about adding to the city or taking away from the city, whatever it is. And then also possibly a workshop to help, like a 101 workshop for the community, because a lot of the terms, a lot of the revenue sources, a lot of the sharing of dollars is not really clear to us unless we have something that's sort of in a pie chart or something to that effect that would be helping in the terms, you know, so that we can understand what's being referred to. So those are just real serious suggestions, because obviously this is our money and you all are wanting to be transparent with us, but we really are getting lost. The other part of this was I knew that probably the best thing to do was put down any of the budget-related concerns I had, which I did in that email to you all. And I think I had 21 to 22 items on there. Not that you all would take the time to deal with all those. But what happens, even in a public participation meeting like now, we don't know where it goes. I mean, we give it to you as our input, but there's no follow-up or no means to follow up. And I'm just suggesting there may be a best practice among other cities where they have a means to respond to communications or have a point of contact for public engagement. I'm just mentioning this as something that maybe we could work on for our city, because I don't know who to go to. I'm just using me as a case. I don't know how to follow up with the 21 items. Not everything had to be acted on, obviously, but you know, you all heard me speak about the vision, the positive future of the city, and I just don't know where that gets represented when we're cutting back, for example, or maybe some things that we paid consultant money for, and I don't know what, you know, prompted us not to build off of that planning, etc. I know I'm out of time, but I'm just really recommending a community-friendly process, a POC, for us to work with. If we have to make an appointment or whatever, I know I'm over, but, you know, we've been here since 3:30, and this is a reason that for our time to wait for our part of it, you've offered us that, Wes, to give us a chance to speak, so I appreciate it. But I didn't want to bring up my 21 items to ask at this particular juncture. But I did want to suggest to council, do you have any suggestions now, if I may take advantage of just your attention? Because I don't know where this goes.
Yeah, I think it's really important to say that I can't imagine how you would be remotely able to follow along when it's so difficult for us, and we have it here. And I think the city has went through a transition over the past 3 to 5 years of getting it to kind of this stage of, all right, well, we can see it, we can comprehend it better, we can discuss. So many of those historical meetings was just getting it in, I think, a format that we could make sense and move quickly. And so when we get outside recommendations on the specific, you know, that was really even hard to understand the trade-offs and the give and takes. But today we are in a better process. And I think our city manager and I had a great discussion last week, and we talked about, you know, he's coming into this, but making the improvements for next year's budget. I don't think it's going to start off like it did last year, but I know historically that the department directors have presented to the council as a whole. And I think we have evolved from that, and now we start with these CIP projects, but we can't see any of the other items. And I love I have your email here, and I've referenced it at the last meeting, but I think our city manager, we've talked about the reporting and the improvements that BSNA can bring. How can we incorporate that in the public? And just like we have a chance to ask questions where in the public, obviously through every hearing, but to say, where does 21 questions get addressed? Not in 3 minutes, right? That's not fair to you.
And I wouldn't want to take your time to do that either.
No, and I'm agreeing with you. And so I think I can tell you how I handled it for myself. I went through and read them, and you can see here I was checking ones I agreed with. And honestly, the way I work today is I try to make sure the budget we're passing addresses these, but how we respond to this, I think we do need to have more time, because it's these 2 hours or 1 hour times 5 plus explanations and one comment. We run out of time every time. And it's like the start, 1.5 start. I'd rather put in a 4 or 5 hour one-time day up front and, you know, be able to get through it. But
As you say, it's an evolution, and I appreciate that. I think the spreadsheet, I'm not sure why the public wasn't given that. I'm just using it as a sample, because then we could have probably followed along with what you all were looking at. I'm just using that as maybe it was available and I just didn't see it. I'm sorry. But that was a great improvement on your all's part, as you say, the evolution. I think it's just trying to bring the community along with you. So thank you.
And I think now that we've got this spreadsheet, there's even some columns that I think we would all agree we don't need that here for today. But that's an excellent example of, you know, a summary of all the projects on one spreadsheet, and with some basic information. We've got some of those resources, and I think having those out and available, especially in something like a workshop, will encourage public to understand what we're talking about. And I want to compliment the last meeting. I brought in a physically printed, to your point, that spreadsheet was introduced, and it was due to kind of the timing of it, and it was really big, and I'm like, how am I going to do this? It was unbearable to read, very small, but our city staff was able to get it up on the monitor. And so when I went back and watched that meeting on YouTube, it was actually showing on the monitor. And that seems like, well, yeah, why wouldn't you? Well, in the past, we haven't always been able to do that. And so I think that is separate from what you're talking about, but it's really important. I will respond to my opinion on these, and probably tell you all the ones we agree on. There's a few that it's not about disagreeing. I think it's just more about understanding. But I want you to know this is very valuable to me, and I know this whole
That was my
council.
question also. Does this help you all at all?
Yes.
Because you mentioned some other people that had written you also, which is great.
Yep, and I've got all 4 of those, and like I got 4 that were significant on the budget. I mean, real
you.
comprehensive opinions. I
Thank
didn't want to, but
Thank you.
I've appreciated this dialogue, kind of, I know we're over the time, but you've put in significant time yourself, and I'm agreeing we do have gaps.
It's an opportunity, and like you said, evolving. And I want to thank you all for the new telephone system. That was one of the 22, I think. So thank you so much. I know we really appreciate all you all are doing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
As a follow-up to Dr. Roberts' comment, she and I had spoken in regards to workshop. If we did that, I really think we need to just have, and this is me being old school probably, just a class on how all this fits together. The revenue sources, the expenses, the various departments, and how the CIPs work into that, and that kind of thing. And that way, if we were able to put the documents online prior to the next budget cycle, if we were able to put that out in a workshop, but do it as a class to explain, because it is, this is my second budget, but it is difficult. And we went from not having line by line through my first budget cycle to now we've got that capability through BS&A and that sort of thing. I did it the hard way with the way I did it, but I think it would be very helpful to the citizens that care and want to know about it if we did it that way, as far as, and I'm sure that John's group would have the ability.
Past budgets, it'll say amended, adopted, budgeted, proposed. And some of them are usually identical. And that, to me, it never made sense. And it doesn't really provide a lot of value when the numbers are, the same. There's no difference in amended. And so I think once we get the format, yes, being able to do it and explain it, even a short, it doesn't have to be high-end production, just a voiceover recording of, here's our budget. I'm going to explain it to you in layman's terms, the best of my ability. Or we have our subject matter experts talk about their departments or whatnot, but it's recorded and, or not even specific to that year, but just the basic terms. People can watch that early and then hold like a class, the basic. And a lot of this content's in there. We got our glossary. Our city manager, I can't express, he was literally bringing this up unprompted in our last meeting as well. So I think we're heading in the right direction. And Dr. Roberts, your help to get us there is appreciated. So thank you. Any other comments? I know I took the liberty there to speak and respond. I know been here a long time, longest I've ever waited for public participation, but we got a lot done, so that's great. So this is, there's one card. I think the other item, you will wait until we're there. That's under item 11. I have got a card here, Mr. John Benton. Not see Mr. Benton, but I want to make sure on the record he is not here. And I've got Miss Sarah Hodge here, item number 8 noted. Do you want to speak now or when we get to that item? Well, you want to wait? That's fine with me. I think we can wait, and when we get there here shortly, hopefully we'll get it done. So, Thank you. Okay, were there any other cards? I think that'll conclude for now. Seeing that, we'll go ahead and close open public participation. And now we are getting back to the Manager's Matters. This is a new section, and I'm excited to hand it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So we have 4 items under Manager's Matters. The first one is the Bureau of Economic and Business Research population estimate. And for those not familiar, the University of Florida, through the BEBR, their BEBR, generates a population estimate that can be used by cities and counties for a number of purposes, including planning, budgeting, sharing, revenue sharing, and fund allocation, things of that nature. And so our population is currently estimated to be 9,987, which is down a decrease of 15 people from 2020, 5 years ago. I'm not sure why the BEBR is telling us population from 5 years ago. Perhaps we've been steady until now, and that was the last calculation. So again, for the purpose of what our population can be used for, and we'll just make sure that we're mindful going forward when it comes to anything that we're seeking, whether it's an appropriation or grant or something like that, where our population is relevant. There are some grants available for communities less than 10,000 that we could potentially seek. So we'll get with staff now that we're through the budget cycle and into the new fiscal year and see what we can go for out there. The second item under 8.2 is the letter that we're going to be sending to the FAA in reference to the making our comments on the draft environmental impact statement. As council knows, there's been a number of different public presentations on this topic, and they are encouraging everyone to give their input. We read the Port Canaveral's input and gleaned some ideas off of that, but staff has co-authored a letter to upload to the FAA's website. It's due on the 22nd. It's currently being reviewed by the city attorney, and we're going to have a final product ready to go on time, and we'll make sure council has a copy of that letter once we're ready to do that. The third item is supplemental appropriation for Hurricanes Helene and Milton. This is an appropriation that we're seeking. It kind of dovetailed off of the $4.7 million appropriation that we received to shore up, our wastewater treatment plant, where we would like to basically build a wall in the ground so that we can stabilize that area and protect our resource over there. And so after doing that, we became aware of more money available through this act. And so we're seeking, we've applied for $27 million. And to be used 2 different ways. One would be to continue working on the fortification of the water treatment plant area, so that we can continue to protect that. And then secondly, to work on the canal and getting some revenue to improve drainage and potentially pump water out as necessary. So we will not know anything about that until probably November. We don't know how much we'll get, but those are the 2 items that we're looking to tackle there. And then finally, it's our short-term rental task force. I've mentioned this to all of you in individual meetings. We launched this group immediately following the council meeting where we elevated the fees that the city's charging to folks operating in this industry. And the task force consists of members of our staff, our fire department, and the sheriff's office. And just to share some basic information about the group, we're strategizing on how we can reduce incidents, increase revenue, and maintain our quality of life while we're supporting an industry in our community. And we have some preliminary data to share. It's in the backup documentation. We've got some data from Key Vacation Rentals, and that is presented to us from the Vacation Rentals by Owner, or also known as VRBO. And we just wanted to provide council and the community with a snapshot of what's going on in the industry, how many rentals there are in our area and the rest of the county, so you can see the other cities and how they fare. We've provided some information from February of 24 through August, just a few months as a snapshot, and you can see how those numbers gradually increase So this is what happens in this industry. It's continuing to grow. As far as our registration efforts go, we are approximately 50 more registered short-term rental operators in the city from last time we reported out to you. And I can tell you that this is a constantly moving target, with tracking folks down and the ordinance that we have to follow, the state statute we have to follow, verifying ownership through the property appraiser's website. And so the numbers that we have come across, the city, for example, actual City of Cape Canaveral residents who operate a business in the city, this, short-term rental, 8, which is 2.51% of our overall total. So only 8 people who live in our city actually currently operate a short-term rental business in our city. Out of state, 93, which accounts for 29.15% of the known operators. People who live in Brevard County, 114, which is 35.75% of the total. And other Florida residents, 104, which is 32.59. So if you add those numbers up, we're looking at well over 90%, 97% of the people who operate short-term rentals do not live in our city. And we'll continue to update those numbers as we move forward. But I really want to commend staff for a moment in our community development department especially, and the tracking that they're doing, the registering, code enforcement, how we're verifying and things of that nature. And we're continuing to generate revenue. Right now we're looking at an annual revenue, I think it was at 94,000, almost 95,000 a year just with what we have registered. And that's about 319 registered now. So, and that's it for managers, unless there's any questions.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and that one of the cards was on one of the manager matter items, but Councilmember Jackson, don't let me forget, Council. Sarah.
Okay, on the vacation rentals, on the Cape Canaveral numbers, that looks more like it on totals. I think because I knew we were really low there. Got that 1,676 listings. One thing I wanted to check is, does that include the realtors listings?
I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you on that. My understanding is the listings you're seeing here could be from Airbnb as well, resource, but vacation rentals by owner or VRBO. So,
And those will oftentimes overlap.
Right.
When you are starting to look at compliance,
Yes.
just so you know.
Yes.
And then a lot of them are on websites that are not these websites.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that Deckard looks at the major websites, but right now there's a transition happening where people are trying to get away from those two sites because of some things they just did with their hosting fees.
Right.
So just so you know.
Thank you.
You may see things moving around and y'all might have to be kind of creative to find them.
Well, we are thinking about educating the community on how to know if you live next door to an Airbnb and to notify us, what to look for, and especially if you're having issues with your neighbor as a result. But let us know and we can investigate, and hopefully community input can help us track some of these down.
And what I have found, just so you know, city manager, is people don't want to do that because you can't turn in an anonymous complaint.
That's true. Yes.
And so the people in my complex come to me and tell me.
Yeah.
And, okay, this one's doing this. What are you going to do? What are y'all going to do? So it's going to make it, I hope that they'll step up.
I agree. And again, I just want to commend staff. This is a constantly moving, evolving business. They are dedicated to capturing as many who are operating unregistered as they can. And I just want to state that as our commitment to those honest operating, not saying that people are being dishonest, they may not know, but those people who are following the rules and paying their fees to the city, our commitment is also to them that we are out there looking for those who are not, following the codes and getting them in line.
And I appreciate that as well. I know that that makes a difference to people because people have told me, you know, they've said, I'm following the rules and they aren't, you know.
Correct.
So thank you very much,
You're
City
welcome.
Manager. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. We'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office as well for their assistance. They're going to be invaluable to us moving forward.
Thank you. If there's any other comments at this time, council, we're going to go ahead and hear from Ms. Sarah Hodge. If you'd like to come forward, I think I've got here noted item 8.2, which was the STAR comments to FAA about space. Starship. Hi, Sarah.
Anyway, I didn't realize you had already gotten the comments going because I just wanted to friendly remind you that we only had a few more days. And Titusville did theirs yesterday or day before. And there's a lot of issues that, did you read the port comments to see all the things that they're concerned about?
No, not in
The
depth.
schedules on the ships, they could be 2 hours off, they could be not anywhere near the port. You know, it's like, there's a lot of really serious issues that, in addition to the damages that we can get. And, you know, it was back several years ago, they buried the sarin gas rockets right off our coast. And it's an old ship that they stopped fracking off our coast because of that. And the world's worst chemicals are out there waiting to, you know, and I don't know if the vibration can penetrate it, but they didn't go as far as they said they would. I've been looking at some old information, and they didn't take it 160 or whatever miles off like they were going to. And so that can be an issue one day, especially if we have a lot of vibration. But there's the airplane schedules in all the adjoining airports, especially Orlando International. That's going to affect maybe 2-hour delays or more. And that was what FAA had on their chart, that it's going to require rescheduling for their airplanes. How are they going to keep their, you know, how are they going to keep it going? And vibrations around here, those new ships, the new Star of the Seas or whatever, they already had a broken big window the first day they went out, you know, and then they also had a slide problem. And they have covered roofs now in glass. That's going to be very vulnerable. We've got 40% of the the fuel for Central Florida and near the Trident base. Can you imagine? And then they want to build an LNG processing facility for the gas here locally. They wanted to do it on the Barge Canal. I guess you saw that, right?
I did see that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, they want to use LNG gas for the Starship. So, you know, there's a whole lot of issues that but I know that you've been doing so. Thank you very much.
If we can get a name for the record, Mayor.
Thank you, Sarah Hodge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, there's 2, 3, at least one for item 11. We'll address that when we get there. I do want to briefly respond to just a few things. First, thank you so much to our city manager for doing this. I think it is helpful that we can kind of see things that are happening that are big and significant, and I think all these would potentially impact the council. The 8.1 research makes sense. The comments on the draft environmental impact statement, I think you said that will go out. Will we have a chance to review that before it goes out? I don't think it was included, because city attorney, I think you said, is working on it.
Right, it's in draft form.
Yep.
If the council would like to see it before it goes out, we can get it to you. The deadline is Monday, the 22nd.
Yes, as I absolutely would like to see that. The media has reached out. I know Councilmember Jackson has been working, and it really, all of us at different capacities. So I think this is one, as we heard in public comments, that I went to that one over 100 people. I did not make it to the last one, but there's a lot of concern in the heart of the community. I mean, fishermen and the roles of the port to support that. And when you hear that, obviously we all who live here, we love space, but we've been down this road. So I think that would be helpful. Thank you. And I do need to dig into the ports and read it. I got some of the summary items, but I appreciate you bringing that up. The supplemental appropriation for Hurricane Helene and Milton, that is to the department, Florida Department of... And that is where in the process? Is that we're waiting on...
The deadline to submit our application was in June, prior to my employment, and so we are waiting. November is when we were told we would get some type of result on that.
From the state of Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this appropriation, this is just an update stating that's coming forward?
Yes, it was important to make sure council knew that we're seeking this money. That's the main reason to make you aware.
Yes.
And then to let you know what we intend to use it for, depending on what we're awarded, if we're awarded anything.
Yes, I think I can speak for myself, but knowing what monies we're pursuing, and actually the agenda item that was provided, I think 11.2, to discuss the legislative priorities, I'll circle back. I think I've got some things there that might help, but thank you very much for bringing that to us.
Yes.
And the short-term rental task force, that is excellent. And if maybe when you're ready, from time to time, wrote a council member or two, we could sit in on one of them just to hear and maybe share, especially if we've got something, the beginning part of the meeting and break, as we're all impacted by short-term rentals and, from both sides. And so that's those comments from me. So thank you. Councilmember Jackson?
I just wanted to speak in regards to the EIS. I am also, as actually an elected official, let me put it that way. I'm not going to give an official city view, but I am going to give my feedback as an elected official with constituents that are concerned. I have spent a ton of time on this, working with the city manager and the city attorney. I have spoken to assistant manager down in Texas, 6 miles from their launch site, to discuss what they're seeing in as far as any type of damage over time, what they're having to repair, getting information on whether they have had successful claims, and a lot of information like that. I've also gotten information from them on how to document your property to ensure that you have set the baseline that your property is okay prior to the launch. So it is, documenting it similar to a hurricane, and if you had some type of claim, to prove that your property was okay prior to anything going on. They gave the information on where to file a claim in the last public meeting with the FAA, and I've also reached out and spoken to 2 of our state reps in regards to the FAA closures, the impact on tourism, the impact on the airports, because it will close Miami, Tampa, Orlando, Melbourne, Fort Lauderdale, Jacksonville, and, so from the top of the state to the bottom on takeoff, then on landing, it will close all of the airports for a certain amount of time on landing, because almost the entire state, except for a portion of the state up by the Alabama border, is in the risk hazard zone on landing. So it's a huge impact. With the state reps, I did, express my concern with tourism. We're a tourism-based state. And also we have a lot of people in this area that are with the space industry, and they travel to and from various locations. So they're in the air a lot, and that'll impact their travel as well. So there's been multiple things I've been working on, and trying to get have valid information. I sat one weekend and looked up every acronym in the EIS and what it meant. So I'm trying to make sure that I've got this covered as far as my being able to give feedback that's educated, but also ensuring that we are prepared no matter which way we go or which way it goes, because if it does launch from here, I want to make sure our properties are documented. And I plan on providing what I put together that I've gotten from Texas to the city manager, and he's going to work on it. He and I spoke, and we're going to work on it to get it out to our citizens and our businesses, and, take care of documenting our city property as well. Did I forget anything?
You hit
City
it all.
manager? Okay.
Thank you. And I know this is new, but it is, it's really helpful because these are big issues in the community that we all interact in different capacities. And I think when we start, communicating as the city of Cape Canaveral, for confidence, working with the whole council, and, we all can diversify in our different ways and help, and I can't be everywhere. And so I think, when we get these updates on these big items, it really helps. And thank you, Councilmember Jackson, and all who's helped in different ways. Councilmember Willis?
Well, the city manager and I got to meet Colonel Chapman, who is the new commander of Patrick Space Force and Patrick Air Station or Launch Complex. And also got to meet with his liaison to the community. And so we've got that avenue of conversation going, and let them know that we had those issues and how we can address those issues with the Space Force. So
That was with NASA, FAA?
No, it's Patrick Space Force Station.
Okay,
Colonel Brian Chapman.
okay,
He's the new commander.
got it, thank you. Okay. If there's not anything else on the manager's matters, I think we'll get a rhythm on those, get them down. They might move a little faster. Obviously, that's not you. That was us giving you feedback, and thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, don't want to pass you on any comments? Good? Awesome. So now we stare at consent agenda items 9.1 through 9.7, right? So we got 7 items under the consent. The approval of the minutes, which I think we should have all got those in the revised. Thank you to our city clerk's office. And really, it's every year we do this, black service spray for $68,897 chemicals. We got the $323,815 for the U.S. lawn agreement. We've got the Culture and Leisure Service Board, the formal appointment that we interviewed earlier. We've got the agreement for municipal law enforcement, the resolution with services with Sheriff Wayne Ivy in Brevard County Sheriff's Office. And as always, our fire department. Those budgets are reflected in what just adopted. And then the school resource officer MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral for the 25-26 school year. So we can vote all these together unless the council, do we want to pull any of these items? I don't want to pull. I just want to make a comment, and I support it with this comment, is that city manager, I emailed a question, and when you look at the scope of work and all the properties, I'd like to look at the next 5 years, how we can slim down the amount of properties that need to be managed with cutting grass and explore other maybe Florida-friendly ground cover, wildflower, different options. So we're not running around cutting strips over here, and it'll be a phased approach over time. And some of those services, cutting trees and stuff, look, that's actually, I think, be very reasonable and good deal. But, you know, the small strips of land that we've talked about, can we convert those into something that maybe it just needs chemical spray and doesn't need the mower? So he's heard me out on that. I think we might have discussed that in the past, but I would move forward that. I did want to note that I hope we can keep that in front of us as we continue, because $323,000, right? It'd be nice to, over 5 years, can we cut that by a third or in half? So if we're ready to approve consent,
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
okay, got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Making sure I'm not overlooking any cards. Nope. Seeing none. City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. 4. Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, consent agenda items 9-1 through 9-7, pass 5-0. Now, we are on item for action 10.1, which is, we have one tonight. It's the wastewater and stormwater facilities plan completion with Mead and Hunt. The motion is to consider the approval of a proposal from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $42,024 for the completion of a wastewater and stormwater facilities plan, and authorize the city manager to execute the same. So, council, any questions for city staff on this one? I got one. Just need to get to it. My question is, this Mead and Hunt did a facilities plan, I want to say, was it 2018? And that was on recommended improvements, identifying projects to help with stormwater, really in the Center Street Basin and other areas. This, then it referenced, we did the 2023. Hold on, I got to jump here. That's item 10.1. Thought I was there. There's one off. This is a proposal with a scope of services, and it says, estimated 42,024. It breaks down project management, the facility plan. Okay, and then there's a signature line. So this is the actual agreement that we would execute with them? Or is this signing a proposal? I guess that,
the proposal, I believe, and then after this is approved, the agreement would come along.
Okay, so tonight, are we being, I think, tasked to take action on approving, signing this proposal, and then to go ahead and move forward with allowing the city manager to execute a contract forthcoming?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura. And that amount, it's, this compensation in the proposal, one thing is it is a not-to-exceed price, so whatever the agreement is, the
Correct.
expectation is that it would be at 42,000. And I guess just in general, we did the one in '23.
Mayor, if I could jump in and help you out
What was
there?
that about? I guess I don't remember.
Actually, I was sitting there when Tim was devising all this or whatever. The, last facility plan was in 2019, and we just missed it, because see, if we were doing this thing, let's say we had to do this 2 years ago, a year ago, we wouldn't have to do a facilities plan, but it can't go beyond 5 years, so we're over the 5 years. So for us, we have to do this, otherwise we can't solidify the SRF loans we're gonna go after, which we hopefully will have in January and February, which will then fund June's two big jobs down at the plant. So this thing has to be done. Otherwise, if we don't get the loans, we don't have the funding to do her work. So in answer to your question, 2019 is when it was done, and then since we're over the 5 years, now we had to do it again. I was there the day he took this phone call too, so.
Yeah, and I remember Tim sharing that with me. And
Yep.
so this is like the state requiring every 5 years to access that, which is another
Yeah.
item we're going to be taking up here shortly. Okay, got it. And so the scope is the same, or I think we're expanding the scope a little bit more though than,
Yeah, I don't know
we're
what
not
the.
redoing the same exact ones.
Right, and I don't know what actually is involved in the whole thing, but Tim's got he had the whole package, and this is what we need to go through so we can get on to getting approved for the SRF loan. This takes time too, so this council is going to approve this tonight. Tim will come back, and him and Laurel do what they have to do with this, forward it, whatever. And then in November, we cross our fingers that the process is such that we're going to get the SRF loans, which is scheduled to would be awarded to us in January or February. And as soon as we get that money, June does her thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a tight window here, but at least Tim got out in early. We're here, but it has to be done in this next year.
Okay,
So-
I see. Yeah, and I mean, the other approach, don't go through SRF if legal, and go get private loan, but that's 1%.
Yeah, we're gonna get to
You're
1
not
point-
gonna get,
No, and we're going to get
Better.
1.5 million.
Right.
yep, okay. So this is a study. I'm actually, I think it's good. I think we're gonna learn a lot. I always appreciated the 2018 one. It was very helpful, so thank you. Any other comments at this time? I think I'm clear. Council?
Mayor, just to clarify the contract, this is a task order. The city has Mead and Hunt under a continuing services agreement
Okay.
Right.
because the city followed the CCNA process, so this is a task order that falls under that contract.
Thank you for clarifying. That makes sense. All right, council, this item for action.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Jackson to approve the item for action 10.1, wastewater and stormwater facilities plan completion with Mead and Hunt Incorporated in the amount of $42,024. So any further discussion? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. 4. Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Item passes 4-0. 10.1, now moving on to the public hearings, items 10.2 and 10.3. We have two more. These are budget related. Well, they sort of are, yeah. So absolutely are. It's the second reading of so item 10.2 is the second reading in the public hearing, ordinance 0425 for the fund balance, retained earnings reserve policy. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 04-2025, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Section 2-208 of the City Code to modify the city's general fund reserve balance policy, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. As you know, the mayor's second and final reading of this ordinance. Also a public hearing item. It proposes to amend the code to reduce the general fund reserve balance from 20% to 16.7%. Mayor.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. Council, any questions, technical or anything like that with the city staff? Otherwise, I'll go to public on this one, and we can come back and discuss anything we need. If anybody would like to speak, this is a public hearing item. Item 10.2, second reading as read by our city attorney, ordinance 04-2025. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close public participation for this item. Council. The reserve policy was 20%.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just want everybody to be clear that this is for catastrophic events within the city, or at least that's the way we should be treating this fund, and not, don't want to fall into the trap of thinking of it as a piggy bank that we can raid if something breaks that we could have scheduled and budgeted for. So we need to try to maintain this for our emergencies.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've not been clear on in the past is when we have used the reserves and why we use the reserves. I think that it may be the policy now at 16.7, but to try and keep a cushion over that, and you can almost put away, I know this sounds, you don't want too much, but with the investments, and, I think it can work out in our favor either way. Yes, when natural disasters hit, we got FEMA, but sometimes we got to wait on FEMA, or you don't get what you deserve. But what do you do about tomorrow? And I think the 16% on a much larger expenditure is more dollars than 20% on a budget 5 years ago. So the total cash is larger, and I would say our overhead is too high, I think, right now, and when inflation and all the other things. And so we are feeling it today, but we have, I've always understood it is you could operate your operating cost, to give you a couple months, basically, to operate without missing anything. And so it would be my request that if we're going to do this, which we're on the second and final reading, that we do get a better understanding of how the reserves, and I did speak with our city manager just about what did we use the reserves for last year or the year before? Because we don't really see that. We don't know if we're, as you quoted, rating anything. We don't, and if we are, I think maybe it's coming in a format that we're not understanding it. But today our reserves will be at 16.7, whatever that dollar amount is. I think we'll know that. And then just to know that in our information monthly, there's a section on reserves, but it just shows the balance, and it doesn't show, if I understand, like where the money, if it decreased, it'll increase, and you got interest in there. And I think this is a part of the evolving process. to help, because that is a citizen common question. What is our reserves? Well, here I got 7.9 million on the attachment 4 in the information. We can see what those funds are, but it's kind of hard to see when we needed to move money out of the reserves over.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just to interject, it requires council approval to transfer money from the reserves, and John can give a brief
Yeah.
history of when we last did that.
Oh, yeah, we
End of the
would,
year?
we would have to let you know, when if we took money out of reserves and did not replace it in the same year, we need to let you know, but we will let you know when we take money out of reserves. I would notify the city manager, and he would let you know when that happens. We haven't had to take money out of reserves, so that's a good
Okay,
thing.
well, you just answered my question.
We really haven't had to. I think there might have been one time when, I'll just say this, there might have been one time, and I don't think you were mayor then, you may have been on council, maybe. Remember the Central Boulevard when they estimated the project to be 1.6, but it was 2.2 because they found out they messed up on the soil thing. They had to replace all the soil because it was all muck or something. I can't remember the exact thing, something like that. So it was almost 600K over. I think at that time we had to take money out of the reserves, but then based on the expenditures as we went into the next year and our percentage, we were able to stay at 3.2 million, which happened to be 20%. So we stayed at the 20%. But I believe that's the only time since I've been finance director, I believe that's when we used that money, because the reserves are for catastrophic, but the reserves are also for, and it says in our code, capital projects that may go over in the money, you don't have the
Yeah.
money to complete them or whatever. So
Yeah,
that's the
one
two,
time.
kind of the two-tier.
Non-reoccurring.
Non-reoccurring. So that's really it, because that's the only time you would use your unobligated reserve. So in answer to your question, you will know when we use it.
That's great, and I do remember that,
Yeah.
that overage, and.
That was like 5 years ago, I think.
I thought it was a couple of years ago. But maybe the project was 5. Either way,
Yeah.
it's 16.7.
Which is will be 2 months of is supposed to equate to 2 months of, when you do the computation of your expenditures that you end up with you're expected to end up at the end of the year, and you look at what you have in reserves when you're approaching that, you basically, the simple way is you just divide that, and you take that 16.7 times that, and that will equate out to how much money you should have in your reserves. And then, in most cases, it seemed like we were around 3.2 million. It changes, but I'm just throwing that out there for discussion. So now we'll be at 16.7. We'll have, I think we'll be around 3.1, 3.2 million based on the expenditures, and we'll go from there. So I think we're in good shape as far as being at the 16.7. And we just need to stay with that. But
And it grows too.
it grows,
So
and
if you
it's going to
needed
change too.
If you
It'll
needed
change.
$5,000,
Yeah.
right, but if the interest
You're-
increased
unless you're pulling
2,500,
it-
you only need.
Yeah, unless you're pulling it out, you're leaving that unobligated reserve in the investments. So it's getting depending on the economy, 1.5%, 3%, whatever. And then that's measured at the end of the year against the expenditures. And the expenditures change. We could be at 23 million this year, but 27 million the following year, and then 30 million the next year. So, but that's stuff we have to watch as, not only staff, but council needs to watch that and see where we're at expense-wise when we're deciding, what the millage is gonna be and what projects we should do, what expenditures we should cut. So it's a whole process. But that's how it basically works.
We'll put 1/3 of it to cryptocurrency, and some cities are doing that, accepting.
I'll do that in
Which
the
I
morning.
get it.
I'll get on that in the morning. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, any other comments on this fiscal policy change?
And I will second that motion.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Jackson to approve ordinance 04-2025 on the second reading. Any further discussion? Councilmember Willis, your comments, are you in support of this?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that,
Just want to caution council.
absolutely, and agreed. I think,
We may not even do it that way next year, but for this year, I think it's wise.
yep.
And I'm certainly glad that's the rate the state has recommended.
That's the GFOA.
Yeah, so,
Great. Well, hearing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson,
for,
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, ordinance 04-2025 passes 4-0. We are now moving on to the item 10.3, the second and final public hearing. It's a second reading for ordinance 05-2025, the State Revolving Fund Program. City Attorney.
Okay, second and final reading of ordinance number 05-2025, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, relating to the State Revolving Fund Program pursuant to Section 2.12, subparagraph 5 of the City Charter, amending ordinance number 06-2019 to increase the maximum total loan amount not to exceed $7 million for purposes of funding certain wastewater and stormwater improvement projects in one or more loan applications to be filed with the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, authorizing the loan agreements, establishing pledged revenues, designating authorized representatives, providing assurances, providing repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, and an effective date. So this is proposing final adoption of the ordinance pursuant to city charter. Any loans approved by the city must be approved by ordinance. And this is second reading. As the agenda item states, the city's embarked on several projects, 8 projects to be exact, regarding the SRF loan program. Additional funding is needed to complete the 8th and final project beyond the original principal authorization of $6.5 million. There.
Thank you, City Attorney. Council, it's a public hearing item. Before going to the public, are there any questions? City staff? Seeing none. This is a public hearing item, second reading on ordinance 05-2025 as read by our city attorney and before us here today. If anyone chooses to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation on the item. Council. It's like it opens our credit limit, right, basically, or our borrowing power to $500,000 today, and then each individual loan would come before the council if we need, or maybe that's one loan?
It's one, well.
The two
this-
big projects that you mentioned with June, what are
Yeah.
those?
The two what?
The two big projects?
Oh,
Is that, I
what's
guess,
the name of those, June, the,
is that what these funds are going to be used?
no, this is, that's the 1.5 million, while you're doing the facilities plan. You just did the meeting hunt. That's
Yep.
gonna get us the other, that's gonna be a different SRF loan of 1.5 million. This is like the attorney said, to have enough money to complete, what is it, Anthony? The remaining
Pending.
wastewater, stormwater, things that are already in motion. Yeah, I believe it's SRF 5058.
I guess, how will we know about, this is, currently we were at a certain limit of wastewater funds. Obviously, it's provided in our debt,
Right.
our SRF loan debt balance today. This would, I mean, we're not even, this is a lot of money. What's up?
No, this is
No,
just
it's
increasing it.
$500,000.
Increasing
So that
it.
extra funds to finish out on those original
Right.
loans that basically didn't cover the cost or for whatever reason, so need to
Right.
borrow a little bit more. Okay. Will we see those amendments when they come forward?
Yes, you'll see that, and also Tim will be briefing council on, through the city manager, we'll be briefing council on this. And, but you'll see those amendments. And where you'll also see it too is when I give you those debt reports, I think I'd given you a debt report recently, and it'll be listed on there when it's updated, and you'll see exactly how much is owed on the balance on each SRF loan. And this one will appear there too.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Council? Any questions? Let's go. We're ready.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Jackson to adopt ordinance 05-2025 on the second and final reading. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Did you call for the public to?
I think I did.
He did.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, I
All right,
did.
thank
If
you.
anyone intends to speak, please raise your hand just to be sure on this item. Seeing none, thank you.
Sorry. Councilmember Jackson,
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, ordinance 05-2025 passes 4-0, which concludes our public hearings for the day, ending those. We are now on to item 11, which consists of 2 discussion items. 11.1, to discuss the dissolution and consolidation options, and then we've got legislative priorities next. Give me a second, I want to get to this item, so I'm following along. We are 11.1, and I have it in front here. This is Councilmember Kay Jackson. I believe the floor is yours as you submitted this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've been discussing with our city attorney for some time some of the overlap that we have within our billing processes. And so, city attorney, would you like to go through this agenda item for me?
Sure.
Or I can read
Yeah,
it,
no, I
whichever
mean-
you like.
Well, I can certainly go over it if you would like. Feel free to add, my conversations with Councilwoman Jackson and others on the council regarding the city's development project process. The process is just very fragmented. Okay, so it results in land development, especially large land development projects, being punted off to 4 different boards to try to get fragmented approvals. None of the boards are really looking at it holistically. So, I mean, that has been a very difficult challenge, not only for applicants, but for the staff, and I think has impacted complete decision-making, or it's preventing complete decision-making by the boards. In addition, as this council knows, the council has delegated certain responsibilities for development permits to some of the other boards, like the Board of Adjustment. And the Board of Adjustment is a board that's not strictly required by Florida law anymore. Hasn't been since Home Rule Powers Act was enacted in the early 70s. So there's an issue there, perhaps, that like other cities question whether or not you need a Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment has limited authority regarding special exceptions, variances, primarily in administrative appeals. Where that becomes a very fragmented and situation is when they're considering, variances that may be part of an overall site plan that's reviewed by another board, and rather than the other board considering the totality of the request. Just pieces are being sent for variance approval to the Board of Adjustment. And, on the other hand, the Planning and Zoning Board is reviewing a site plan, and it makes it difficult to sequence approvals. It makes it difficult, for the boards, again, to look at it holistically. So the thought process was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilwoman Jackson, but should the city consider abolishing the Board of Adjustment and assigning that authority to another board like the Planning and Zoning Board, or alternatively, does the council want to somehow be involved in the development review process and handle approvals? For example, site plans. And in some other cities, like it's very common for a developer on a big project, they would line up all the necessary approvals and with the site plan, of course, because they're doing all the engineering. To the extent that there are variances, then they make those variance requests in conjunction with the site plan. And so the board that has the final decision-making on the site plan will look at it holistically, and they have a better sense of whether or not a variance should be granted or adjustments should be made to the project, so a variance is not even necessary. It's kind of hard to do that on those big projects in a fragmented approach when only one board's seeing this little piece of a project, and then the other board's supposed to be looking at the whole project and totality of the whole project. And then it gets even more complicated when, the project that's being proposed also needs a special exception on whether or not the use should be allowed in the first place. So you've got one board looking at a site plan and, well, is the use going to be allowed? Or then you submit the special exception for the use approval to the Board of Adjustment. And had they known what the site plan was going to be, perhaps they would have never approved the use, right? Because you don't have the full picture. So, I said probably more than what's not in the agenda, but based on my experiences and
Right. And we've had multiple conversations over multiple months on this, the city attorney and I. And also, I had concerns with the fact that, we're 90% built out. And so, truly, and we're looking at our infrastructure. And so we truly have to make sure that we know as a council what we've got going on, and we approve those things as well. But it is a very disjointed process that I've seen in a year and a half since I've been doing this. And I think it's caused some frustration for some of our developers, as well as it makes it very difficult, I'm sure, for staff as well. So that was a recommendation that I wanted to bring to council to discuss if this is the right time, seeing that we're 90% built out, to possibly look at streamlining this process.
Thank you. If anyone has any...
And thank you, City Attorney.
You're welcome. One other board, too, I didn't mention is the Community Appearance Board, and then somehow over the years, the council delegated the height exception, the 5-story height exception to the Community Appearance Board, and the poor Community Appearance Board is wrestling with, well, should we approve the height of a project where they don't even have an idea whether the site plan is ever going to be approved? And, when you go and you increase, floor area of a building and go up on height, that means has more impact on land. And how do you determine whether or not, the height is suitable for a project? Perhaps maybe the site is too small when you actually start getting into the site planning. And then, the developers have been pushing the staff, well, let's go for our Community Appearance Board first to get the height. And sometimes those applications would be a process first, So then the developers are getting their height approval and their aesthetics, but the site plan hasn't even gone through the review process, and, now they got a 6-story building that they can design. So, in my view, the height issue needs to be consolidated with the site plan process, because they go hand in glove, in my opinion.
I agree with that. It needs to be with the site plan, definitely.
Yeah, you have the efficiency that we heard, but also the accountability, like you were saying, is
Yes.
that, who approved that? We as a council go, that was a board.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we want to be in that, to point the finger and to say that. Now, as far as the discussion, I think it's Board of Adjustment, which is, our city attorney brought up CAB. Well, it's mentioned in here, the fragmented process between Board of Adjustment, P&Z, CAB, and we just dealt with that. That's example, obviously, and I get it. So anything we can do to streamline, and I think the residents, especially in these big decisions, accountability can fall on the council, and I think it's worthy of taking the next steps, and whatever that process would be, obviously changing the code. 2 readings, ordinance, is that how it would go?
Yeah, it would go to the Planning and Zoning Board for a review and recommendation to the council, and it would be an ordinance, so it would be 2 readings. And all we need is if the council just gives a direction to streamline the process. I mean, I think that would result in the process being less restrictive, less burdensome on staff. I think the same would be for the developers as well. It'd be less restrictive, less burdensome, and we could move forward with examining all the code provisions and then unfragmenting this and streamlining the process.
And the one other, I guess, would it be as simple as looking at how many times these boards have met and then adding that to our agenda and schedule? I guess, how would these things come on a regular city council meeting now?
We've approved site plans for other things since I've been on. So I would see that it seems to me like we should be able to just add whatever that is onto our regular agenda. But city attorney, you were about to answer and I
Yeah, no, that's
interrupted.
exactly what would happen. They would end up on a regular, city council took this authority back, because all the authority is vested in the council for the most part. It would be placed on the city council agenda. You would have land development application and you'd consider approving it. If the agenda's got too unwieldy, of course, the council has the first Tuesday too, right, of the month, if necessary, right, to take on maybe a project that might result in a long public hearing. But like City of Cocoa and my other city clients, they manage the land development permits at the same time they're dealing with all the stuff that you've been dealing with on your agenda. They just handle it as a matter of course.
That's great, thank you. Councilmember Willis?
Well, I just think it's, seems that our residents would be okay with it because we're the ones that are elected. And if they don't like it, they know how to deal with it, whereas boards are appointed. The drawback to that is we're removing an opportunity for our residents to participate on boards. But I certainly can see the advantages to streamlining the process. I think that speaks far more for our residents and anyone wanting to build or develop or redevelop. So, I mean, I'm certainly okay with exploring ways that we can streamline.
I think Board of Adjustment, out of all these mentioned, is and I've been one, got elected on talking about increasing our boards, but never was it this. And even if this board has healthy functions, the ones that we've discussed, I think it makes total sense. I think P and Z would have, you asked about whether P and Z makes decisions, absorbs the work of the Board of Adjustment. P and Z as citizen board, would they still have recommending decisions that would normally go to Board of Adjustment? Or that, well, no, I don't think that's how it works, right?
Yeah, no, my thought, well, the P and Z, Land Planning Agency, will continue to have advisory, a role in the land development permit process. Streamlining it, if it comes to the city council, all the recommendations would just come to the city council.
Okay.
Rather than having to give some recommendations to the Board of Adjustment, some to the city council, some to staff. The code is fragmented in that way. We streamline, and the P and Z board consists of, I think we have a 10-member planning and zoning board.
No.
Is it 10?
7.
I don't think it's
Is it
that
7?
big. I think it's
Yeah,
seven.
with
Two
alternates.
Oh, yeah, 2.
Yeah, there was
Get you
somewhere
9.
close to
Maybe
that.
3.
Maybe just shy of 10.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a very active citizen board historically.
I would still like to see the height, though, move away from the CAB board, the Community Appearance Board, to
So we've got talking about abolishing or dissolving, whatever the right terminology, the Board of Adjustment, or whatever gives the effect of that, maybe, because we didn't abolish the Code Enforcement Board, right? But it just doesn't. I think strategically you kept that there.
Yeah, we kept it there, but all their duties went to the special magistrate.
And so if we're asking, I'm very interested in that Board of Adjustment, the council absorbing. Now, when we talk about P and Z roles, such as approving site plans, whether or not we become a part of that or absorbing P and Z would make a recommendation on a site plan as opposed to just outright approving it, is the way I interpret that. And then CAB could make a recommendation on height, even though that might have other issues, as you explain, well, like why in the order is that where we're starting? So I'm open to all of it, and I think that's,
Well, Mr. Mayor,
Please.
I tend to agree with Councilmember Jackson that height, to me, should be part of the P and Z look and what they're looking at, because height impacts everything else, the whole site plan, because if you're going too high, are you going to have enough parking? Are you going to have enough this, that, whatever? I think some of these rules need to be looked at so it becomes more holistic. And maybe we readjust what Community Appearance Board deals with. To me, not to minimize the Community Appearance Board, but, I would be more concerned about what is the landscaping going to look like there versus the height of the building. The height of the building is more structural and key to the land use to me, so.
that's great. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, any?
No, I agree with what we're all saying. The Community Appearance Board, I think, should not have a say in the height. That's something, that needs to come to council. And I like the idea of the P and Z board making recommendations. We talk, and this is just something I was thinking about the Community Appearance Board. Back when I first got on council a while back now, you know, the city council wanted to come up with a theme for buildings. You know, what are we gonna go Gothic? Are we gonna go whatever? Whatever.
Didn't get what I wanted.
Anyway, but then when they went to the Community Appearance Board, they weren't on the same page as the council was. So then we had all mixed match things again.
Yep.
So, you know, for them to do recommendations, but I think the ultimate authority for this should come back to the council, because we are the elected officials, and, you know, we should have the final say. So I'm all for streamlining the process, not making it so hard for developers to go to this board, that board, this board. So whatever we have to do to get there, and taking the authorization away from the Board of Adjustments.
I think we definitely agree on that. Yes, Councilmember Willis. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there any way we can regulate which boards a project such as this might go to, in what order? I mean, Community Appearance Board, being able to take it to the Community Appearance Board to get the height set seems like the whole P and Z should have approved the project or whatever, or recommended the project first, and in that said, well, you know, you can't go above this. And if Community Appearance Board has any input on the height, but they're looking at appearance, not structure, in my opinion.
Well, I get the idea. I mean, the Economic Overlay District, the aesthetic review, it talks about appointing people to the Community Appearance Board who has architectural, artistic, I mean, it's one of the few boards with that aesthetic skills that they must maintain, or we try to find. And so to go, you're gonna cover 10 feet more of the skyline, has an aesthetic component, but agreed on the logic of, you know, what comes first. And I think fitting into that aesthetic of the Economic Overlay District, that this is an Economic Overlay District building that the city tried to lead by example with the Mediterranean, and then shortly the Mosch building. And then we went kind of modern on the old City Hall. Then the other Mosch building went modern, and it was like, what's going on here? And he actually made a joke about that in the meeting, and it was funny. But yes, the roles of community appearance for recommending using that expertise within the Economic Overlay District and any other functions, I think no matter what, if height needs to go to them first, at most we should say it's a recommendation, not an approval, right? I mean, at minimum, take away not take away, but absorb the approval making decision on us. Because yes, they are members of the community and appointed, but those are major decisions that a big hotel brand or a big developer can go in, and we know our neighbors on that board. They're not in the public and in the risk and the exposure, but I think I don't want to lose their expertise. Same with P and Z, but I'm willing to, I think, lean on P and Z as much as possible, but Board of Adjustment, we're talking about dissolving that specific one, not the other twos. We're talking about the review process.
Yes.
I think our city attorney could come forward with some, we'd have to go through this in 2 meetings, and the best path, he thinks, and we could maybe vote it all together or separate, however it needs to be done, but, and I don't want to rush, but I guess what was your thought on timeline, Councilmember Jackson? And
Well, no, I agree. I think the lovely thing about our city attorney is he's got other examples. He's not green, so he knows how other cities are doing it. And I think that with like I said, the amount of, available space to develop, we should get it done as quickly as possible. And, that way we don't have this fragmented process on the last developable lots that we have and that kind of thing. So I think if you could draft something up for us on what changes need to be made, city attorney, and then get it to us in a,
All I just need is some direction, and, we'll have, I have ideas, and I could draw up an ordinance and get it reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board in relative short order, frankly.
and I agree with everyone that has spoken that I think the height definitely needs to be with P and Z, and that any type of adjustment decisions needs to be with council. So those are two things, and anything else that you can think of, knowing the process the way that you do, city attorney, that might improve that process for people trying to build and for our city as well, our staff. I'm happy to see that in there too.
And just managing a whole nother board, 7 other people, you can't serve on the same boards, I think, in our city, right? And
Right.
I think that alone is gonna help our community economic development department and organizing it, and Renee and everyone.
Mr. Mayor,
You need direction, city attorney? Yes, Councilmember Willis?
do we have public comment?
This is a discussion item.
I think we had a
I do
card.
have a card, yes, thank you. Let's do that now, if you, council, before we can give direction to our city. Attorney, as Dr. Roberts is coming up here on this item, city attorney, you were looking for some direction. I think if we agreed to abolish the Board of Adjustment, whatever those duties, I would recommend any major decisions or any major roadblocks for efficiency shifted to the council without losing, at least recommending power and advantages of P and Z.
Got it.
And then the other ones, we can, I think, figure.
Okay.
Dr. Roberts?
One of the things that continues to come to mind, and it's a federal best practice, and that's process mapping. Every time I hear the council struggle with this, you're talking about the processes, streamlining the processes, seeing the overlap of the processes, who are the decision makers at any given point in time about whatever the process is. So I highly recommend that you all consider within the staff, and this gets back as a city manager, to introduce process mapping for almost anything the city does business-wise. You will find yourselves, it will clarify things for you as a council, the staff, and the community if we understand the process flows for each of our core processes. And you all are talking about very significant processes of decision-making. As you all noted, the Community Appearance Board in years past only dealt with things like colors, compatibility with neighbors, and the facade. Height restriction, as you all probably know, was a referendum that our residents voted on to be 45 feet and no more. Somehow we've gotten way away from that. The original evolution from height restriction came because of air conditioning, and we said we needed 60 feet. Ever since then, I don't know where it started, but historically, I'd be curious to see how we ever went away from the referendum, and then the exception. And I know Anthony's looking at me; he probably knows history of this, but I'm just mentioning the height restriction. That, to me, just leaving that to a board to recommend. To me, we should have a agreed upon restriction that stays firm. Although, as Kay's noted, we've given away the city's opportunities, in my opinion. But I just historically would love to see the lessons learned on the hotels. That's the one thing I hear as community input. And I mentioned this to you before, from returning residents from their second homes, they just cannot believe the hotels that are here. I'd be just curious to see, how did they get approved? This gets to your point about planning and zoning, making decisions. They've got 10 members on P&Z now. That, again, has evolved and increased, since council's passed. And they're having more power than council. I don't know how council delegated that, but it sounds to me like, not talking about this council, but our council, but returning that authority and power to council, I think is so important to really once these boards, and they have good intent, they've got great residents, as we know, participation, but those key decisions need to be coming right back up to council unless you all delegate it in some fashion to the city manager or wherever. But that should be clear in the process flow, in my opinion. So I'm just mentioning this historically. Personally, I really think, and this is not for staff, maybe it's for us as residents, to do a review of the hotels and how they came to be. That is truly something I cannot answer it when a resident asks us that. Maybe you all can. But proliferation is very hard to describe. Thank goodness, as happened, staff brought up the Board of Adjustment on their own good conscience happening. And I just wanted to commend you all for that particular action and what you're considering today. But process mapping, process flow, 3 federal departments right now are introducing that as a means of dealing with the DOJ reductions because they know they've got to get a better handle on their business. If I could just mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Appreciate you hanging around to get to this item and give us your feedback. The discussion item Councilmember Jackson introduced, our city attorney helped. I think we want to questioning the entire function of the Board of Adjustment. Any roles and responsibilities can be absorbed by P&Z, and the same goes with Community Appearance Board, but more specifically, any decisions that P&Z, we want to look at taking away decision-making power and moving it to the council on height, site plan, and the Community Appearance Board might recommend around color and things, but really look at what we need there. I'm clear, as I understand, but city attorney, what do you need, I guess, anything more specific?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
I mean, just, let me go back, work with the manager and the staff and try to streamline the process so you can actually map it out.
That was good.
Yeah.
I think that is great. And one of the notes you said, Dr. Roberts, about bringing the beautification board back, community appearance, maybe they can, some of those roles and response, or some of the things that they used to do on beautification board can fit more within that. So just an idea that came into mind from your last email. Either way, we appreciate those boards, and I think this discussion item was excellent. And Councilmember Jackson, and with you, any final comments or want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we streamline these boards, dissolve the adjustment board, and change the height restriction to go into a recommendation by P&Z to be approved by council. Did I miss anything, City Attorney?
No, I think that's the gist of it. I mean, we'll streamline, you mentioned streamline, so that, I think that covers everything else.
So I'll second it.
Is this something we're voting on?
If we're directing, I think the motion would be that the action that was stated by Councilmember Jackson, if we wanted to direct the city attorney to move forward, if that's not needed, we don't need to do that. I'm not trying to complicate it. If you have consensus, we can withdraw the motion, city attorney.
As long as the record reflects this is the will of the council.
Yes.
Then
Yeah.
then it shall be done.
Yeah,
Then-
and we're not taking any binding, we're still going to have to vote on it.
Are we? Do I need to remove my motion?
Yes, I'm thinking the direction to the city manager would have been the things you stated. We direct the city manager or city attorney, whoever's most appropriate, to draft ordinance, but he's clear on that. I think it would be prudent to withdraw if you want to.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, so we all have consensus here on the items for the city attorney? Okay. I believe we're clear on those. Thank you. The next item, we are at 9:48 PM, just keeping track, which is the final item. 11.2, which is discuss legislative priorities. Discussion on the identification of legislative priorities for the submission of the League of Cities. Councilmember Willis, I believe you submitted this. I
Yeah.
need to run quickly to the restroom, and if we all choose, we can, but I will be back in a couple of minutes if we want. I don't want to slow down due to time, but
Well, I'll,
if you want to
We
start
can-
talking, I don't want to hold us up, or I can come right back.
okay, all
If
right.
we all want to take a 2-minute, but I know it's late, so I wanted to try and keep it going. Thank you.
Well, for this legislative session, the Space Coast League of Cities is asking all the municipality members to submit their legislative priorities for their municipality. And as the city council's representative for the League of Cities, I need to come back to them with our list. And there's two issues with that. One, I need to provide what we want. I need to understand what our council considers legislative priorities. And two, I am now the chairman of the advocacy committee for the Space Coast League of Cities. So I don't want to come back and advocate and not have anything from my own city. So on top of that, Space Coast League of Cities will be paying for me to travel to Tallahassee and advocate for Brevard County and Cape Canaveral. So anything we need from the legislature, I'll be going to Tallahassee a number of times. I mean, the existing things are like Senate Bill 180. That needs to be reformed. It is preempting our ability, and basically a lot of the legislation that has come down is unfunded mandates. I mean, there's going to need to be some Live Local Act reform. That's going to be an attempt to, by one senator in particular who wants to enforce that more rigidly. We also are going to have property tax reform. We need to know what we want. I attended a legislative breakfast this morning, and the consensus of our Brevard County legislative members is that they're very much wanting to do away with homesteaded property taxes. So if you have a homesteaded property, you don't pay property tax. Now, that works out fairly well for Cape Canaveral because we have, 20% homesteaded properties?
Lowest, yeah.
But other municipalities are different. But one of the questions I asked the legislators was, what next? I mean, if we do away with that, what are you going to put in our toolbox to help us be physically able to fulfill our obligations? So there's other things that we can look at, shoreline, coastal resiliency, transportation issues, tourism, economic development, public safety, emergency management, anything dealing with home rule, and most definitely insurance reform. I spoke with a legislator this morning who is a insurance salesman in his day job, and he's very much interested in reforming our homeowners insurance. So I let him know that we have a lot of condominiums and HOAs that are really being negatively impacted by insurance plus SERS regulations, and anything that we can do to assist communities that are doing the right thing versus what you've seen in South Florida, where legislation was enacted that was basically a one-size-fits-all type approach. And really, our area, we have height restrictions. We shouldn't be worrying about 20-story condominium complexes. And plus, we do not have the aged condominium complexes or high-rises that South Florida does. So what I'm asking council is what would you want to put as our priority so that I can go back to the League of Cities and submit these, which will then turn around and come back to me for the entire county. So if you have anything.
So looking at thank you. I think I got what you've suggested 5 here in addition to the 3 that the League of Cities is already working on. Senate Bill 180, live local property tax reform. And by the way, I heard you here and the monitors playing in the room, so I didn't completely miss it at all,
All right.
but thank you. And then these other 5 listed are ideas. If this council was to designate, what the priorities are, you are going to submit them to the Florida League of Cities.
Well, they'll go to the Space Coast League of Cities. We'll compile those within the Space Coast League of Cities. And then I'll be directed to submit those to the Florida League of Cities. I don't know if you heard, but I'm now the chairman of the Space Coast League of Cities Advocacy Committee.
Okay, that's great. Congratulations. And I
Well,
think you're on one of the Florida League appointed policy boards. I
Yes.
think last year I did the utilities 2 or 3 years ago. And this year I'm on I think the one you were on last year, intergovernmental relations. But that's at the Florida League of Cities level.
Mhm.
And
I'm on the code.
yeah,
And-
to rotate, that's
Yeah.
great. I think, okay, so Space Coast League of Cities goes to the Florida League of Cities, but I guess I'm confused on what is being submitted to the League of Cities. Is it what the city of Cape Canaveral wants?
No, I'll advocate for what Cape Canaveral wants to be included into this list because I'll be making a large portion of the decision on what we're going to be submitting.
What the Space Coast League of Cities is going to be submitting on behalf of the Space Coast League of Cities.
Right.
So do the Space Coast League of Cities initiatives align with us? We won't know until the end, but we could establish which ones are Cape Canaveral focused and which ones are not. Okay. And then
We're going to put a tally mark on property tax. I mean, we're going to say that, or in my opinion, that is a major issue for us, is property tax reform. Now, I think, in my opinion, I think we should be focusing on anything that helps us with environmental issues that we have, flooding, resiliency.
Yep.
But that, again, I'm looking for the council's desires.
Thank you. So here's my thought on this. We've got the Brevard delegation coming up. That deadline's approaching quickly, if not any day now.
It's Friday.
Yeah, the end of this week. For us to vote in here, first, any priorities I think needs to be done in a resolution. We should not speak on the city of Cape Canaveral without a resolution. Just like A1A improvements was done in a resolution. So my thought is, first, thank you for putting this on. This council, a majority should establish by resolution what those priorities are. But I am concerned that the Space Coast League of Cities or the Florida League of Cities, due to that aggregate, is that 3 issues is good for Cape Canaveral, but there's efforts going into 2 other issues that is maybe not good for Cape Canaveral. We won't know that without, I think, a resolution. And I can tell you right now, you and I are probably not on the same page with property taxes. And so I don't know what is being advocated to, sounds like Commissioner or Representative Hodger's insurance.
Yes.
Representative Soroy. I'm hearing about meetings with the FAA. And I really think it's important that this discussion is step one, but we have our charter, right? In our charter, section 203A, section 104 says that the mayor represents the city in intergovernmental relations and is recognized as head of the city for those purposes. I want all the council to be involved. I can't stop any council member from doing that, but when we say, we, the city of Cape Canaveral, I would not do that without a resolution, but I think in the past it has been happening. And I don't think that's how we're going to be able to work together as a team. I had no idea about an appropriation that happened last year, and not a word was mentioned in any of these meetings. After the December meeting that the recording did not ever come through, we don't have the end of reports at this time right here, and we need an extension.
I'll make a motion that we extend to cover this agenda item.
How long in discussion?
To cover it. 20 minutes.
Okay. I got a motion to extend for 20 minutes by Councilmember Willis, second by
No, Councilmember
or
Jackson.
Councilmember Jackson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any further discussion? City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson,
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
So that just didn't make sense to me. I love the money. I shared it. The first time I learned about that was on a Facebook post. Here we are in a budget talking about money. And I don't understand how that happened that way, and why, if your willingness to help would be very much appreciated, because as we're looking here to go, it sounds like you're going off as the role in the Space Coast League of Cities is to seek out. I think a resolution is the right way to do that. That's good. But that makes sense. But to go and advocate for the city of Cape Canaveral in Tallahassee, we really need resolutions or clear standing from the council. I wouldn't even do that. And so I don't understand what happened. If you're willing to explain.
All right, in January, I had brought in reports that I had met with department heads, and we were going after appropriations, grants, whatever they needed. And I was willing to help them, and I let everybody know that that was going to happen. Appropriations, of course, this was January. Appropriations had to be submitted in the second week of February. There was no time to have another meeting. So I just helped. Now, if that was not acceptable, I'm sorry, but
No, thank you for explaining. I don't think it's a matter of it acceptable. I just don't see how I don't think it aligns with our charter and our code. Further, you got the mayor's role, and I am one to say, hey, if you love space, go. And obviously our city manager is the chief administrative head of this organization. But that's my next point, is that the city manager is the administrative head and is responsible for the preparation and the submission of all required forms and materials, appropriations, grants, including APR, attestation forms, all of those. And then our city attorney has a role, obviously reviewing for legal sufficiency, prepares and improves instruments, coordinates with the council on the views for the state and federal. And then we have our city clerk, who notices the agenda items, minutes, journal, maintains, and handles all these documents that we're talking about. And I don't think any of them were involved in that process, including myself. So the fact, and this is January, we were talking about some hot stuff in January. January was the meeting that I don't think we want to go back to. But in that time of stress and focusing here on these issues, I've always wanted to be out, but I could not, with a conscience, turn my back on the pressing issues here and go advocate for Tallahassee. And so I think just a matter of notice that third week of February, we didn't hear anything. March, we get into strategic planning and stuff, I think, and through the whole CIPs and the budget, and the first time is a press release, like in a very marketing communications format, timely, and the credit was rightly given to those who were involved, but I didn't feel like that was we Cape Canaveral. I felt like that was those people who worked hard, and I'm not discrediting that. But when I read the code, when I read the charter, when I look at how other cities, those attestation forms have big, black, bold letters right up front with white font to make it glaringly obvious. Those forms should not be submitted by me or anyone on this council. I think legally, our city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, it says, and it gives a definition of who. So in the hurry of that, I get what you're saying, but at that point, when it read in bold letters, and I've got the attestation forms that you can see, I mean, those are submitted, and I think that that was hasty, and I don't think our city attorney was involved in that. I read the reasoning and the justification. I don't even agree with some of the reasoning that we were stating, and I know that one of them was signed, but the other one was denied. Perhaps we would have been able to get the other one. But the whole first one, I think, thank you. I believe you did it with a good heart, but we're trying to turn a new chapter, one team, one town. That should be our city manager, and at the time it should have been our interim city manager. But leading up to that, the communications with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the studying, letters are being sent to an intergovernmental relation. And no one on this council to get those studies to justify the funding that proved that the funds were needed for the shoreline out of the wastewater. Our former city manager was sending that out, and the council had no idea. And I think I can see, I know the January comments that you made, they were very vague, didn't specify that we were pursuing any funds. And I don't know, I'm willing to move forward, and I think we need to resubmit those. Those are not legally submitted. And so I'm not going to do anything. I've got an excellent relationship with Representative Soroy, who obviously sponsored that bill. He thought I knew about it, and I didn't. And I said, Taylor, we want this, but I said I didn't understand exactly how it was. It was a busy time. It was stressful. And he's basically, Representative Soroy is here to help us. And I think he has nothing but support for us. But it really made us look in a bad light. And that next morning, I was with Senator Ashley Moody and the entire out of the Spaceport program. She was given a press release. It was a last-minute invitation. And everyone's coming up to me talking about this money. And I'm the mayor of the city, and I don't have a clue, and how would I ever have a clue if I wouldn't have went on Facebook? So I didn't like that. I don't think that represents our values of who we are. Our city manager, the mayor, city attorney, and city clerk all have roles on grants that are being submitted. So what I did was I took the items that you presented, and I used some internet. I have no authority to draft any resolutions. That's our city attorney, but I'll submit this to the council. These are some of the things that would not only give us a resolution to address the priorities as you're seeking, Councilmember Willis, but it will also define the roles and the responsibilities on how appropriation and grant submissions at all levels of government should be done. And then the third thing, we need to formalize intergovernmental communications and meetings. And I don't want to slow down anything that you want to do, Councilmember Willis, or you, Councilmember Jackson, or you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to go 10 and we all conquer, but we're talking together and we're going to get way more done by all of us working where we're passionate, where we want to be. That is all I had to say. Thank you for putting this on. Thank you for paying attention to the deadlines. I did not have a good feeling about, I think, why that was happening, as over 10 million or $8 to $9 million of money that this council, I mean, those were formally, legally submitted, signed, attested, approved, debated through committees, and it wasn't until the governor signs it that, well, everybody finds out about it at that time. So yeah, I'll start looking at appropriation requests online, but I shouldn't have to do that wondering if my city's submitting the appropriation. Thank you. That's all I have for now. I can submit this on the record, but it's basically taking the items to give you some feedback. Items 1 and 2, I have full alignment on with the ones that you put down, Councilmember Willis, I think down at the bottom, the ones to consider. So shoreline, absolutely. Transportation and mobility, yes, that's A1A. We already have a resolution for that, but I think maybe that can get incorporated into something more formal. The other 3 and 4, I sort absolutely, 4, I think they're all really, really important. And like you've said, and you've been in doing this, and you're now chairing the advocacy group, we know that you go in, you can't have too many. And there's some that say just go in with 1. You know, I've heard that. So I think Senate Reef Bill, Live Local Act, the property tax is the one that the League of Cities is sending out toolkits with Cape Canaveral to help us. And gosh, they're good at what they do. But I sat in the meetings, it's a little, they say things like city taxes, Cape Canaveral city taxes, or most cities, 86% of cities, or whatever the percentage was, decrease taxes over the past 5 years. And y'all know what I'm going to say to that, but it mentions nothing about rollback rate. No. So those toolkits are designed for the resident to go, well, our cities are decreasing every year. Yeah, property taxes are going up 8-10%, and you're dang right we're decreasing it, but not below the rollback rate. So it hits at what we've battled here to try and improve with financial transparency, is to talk about the rollback rate. And the whole League of Cities toolkit, which I don't know where that came from, it is impressive, but I don't agree with all those points. I want to see cities reduce the reliance, and I think I read where you say, well, yeah, but what are we going to replace it with? I think we just have to, we got to figure that out, and we can and we will. I know I've talked a lot. There's a lot of this issue's been kind of lingering for a while, and I didn't know the best way to approach it, but now you're asking for direction. And I think if time is short, I'm willing to have a quick meeting, or if there's a way that we can get a resolution done in the time that we need it, great. And I think this proposed draft, again, appropriation, legislative priorities could be in the resolution. Appropriation and grant request procedures need to be established. We learned in manager matters that one's already been approved. We didn't know anything. And then 3, intergovernmental representation. If I can't do it by charter, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum is chartered to do it. Or if the council wants to take that and shift it, we can. But if we start with the charter and the code, those things could not have ever happened, and they should not have ever happened that way. So I can meet again, but that's all I have. And I'll submit all this on the record.
What I would like to have is that resolution, if we can put it together.
Are you, Councilmember, are you referring to a resolution on for the Space Coast League of Cities?
resolution by this council
Yeah.
to submit to the Space Coast League of Cities of legislative priorities.
Does it have to be in the form of a resolution?
No, it doesn't.
Right, because Coco, city manager usually submits like the list of legislative priorities, and then the council approves it. It doesn't have to be in the form of a resolution. It's just that the council ordinarily just, will vote on what the legislative priorities are, right? So it doesn't have to be a resolution. It can be a list. But, my
League of Cities may
view.
not require it, but I'm saying,
No, but
if
no.
we're going to the state of Florida.
Yeah,
That's
no,
different.
that could be different, right? State of Florida tends to ask for resolutions for all sorts of things, right? But in terms of establishing legislative priorities, for the city, that belongs to the council, right, as a governing body. So how you make that determination, I would recommend that it at least be in writing in the form of at least a list, and in some cases, maybe a resolution might be needed, but you all need to be, at least three of you need to be on the same page on what those priorities are, and, to the extent that you can't agree on something, then maybe priorities for others, but not the city of Cape Canaveral, right?
Well, what is needed by October 1st is the list of our priorities. Now, we have until, I think, the 19th of October before those get submitted formally. So
By
we
the
could.
Space Coast?
Yes.
To the state.
Yeah.
Yeah. So perhaps a list agreed upon this evening by the council, and something that can be drawn up officially in the form of a document and maybe presented to the mayor for signature at some point. Doesn't need to happen during a council meeting, signature, right? As long as it's approved here.
Yeah, if the council approved it, I'd
council.
sign
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I don't, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
Would that suffice,
If
Councilmember
we just
Wills?
need to put together, tonight, decide on the issues, that's great. My thought was it'd be great to just have a resolution. You can bring that to League of Cities, you could bring it to the state of Florida. We could all walk around with our resolutions and advocate for what we believe. But yes, for the sake of time, this Friday is the first deadline that I think I'm heard we have the Brevard
October 1st.
delegation.
October 1st, yes. We have 2
Wait, October 1st. So what's this Friday? I need to see a calendar.
This Friday is what, the 19th?
19th, yep. So I think the 19th was the deadline to get on the Brevard delegation.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So October 1st, we're not going to meet again.
But we just have to have the list. We could have a resolution
Yeah.
at the next council.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I think it's, I'm fine with items,
Well, what do you want in property tax reform? I mean, we're going to get differing views from the different municipalities.
yeah. I think,
I'm fully in favor of no tax for homesteaded properties. No property tax, just so you know. There's one vote.
and what's good for Cape Canaveral, to your point, maybe if I was sitting as an elected official in another community, I may not feel that same way. And so I don't want to be closed-minded, and I respect that.
Well, it's going to end up being a debate at the Space Coast League of Cities.
Yeah, and I think that board is going to meet again at the state here soon, or the team that was appointed.
The property
Committee.
tax,
Yeah,
I think they start on the 22nd.
be interesting to hear that. And I listened to the last presentation. Yes, I think if we just want to give, the shoreline and coastal resiliency, I think that's our perimeter, that's our border. That is a no-brainer for me.
that'll be a thing that we have to push hard for
Get added.
to get added, because barrier islands are the only ones that really are going to be overly concerned with that.
Yep, but this, this Bear Island's an economic tourist powerhouse for the whole county. And as we saw, Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral hold the lion's share. But yes, I think, okay, so Senate Bill 180 reform, I am not fully up to speed on that, but I think,
It overrides a bunch of our
rule.
building code and ability to enforce and improve our own code. So for me, on that Senate Bill 180, that's something we absolutely need changes to. Now, it was originally designed to speed through hurricane damaged properties without them going by the new building code to be able to rebuild back to what they had. So I think it has good intentions, but maybe not the best ramifications overall. So that one is one that I think does need some modification to cover both of those. Where if you're building new, you have to go by new code. But if you are rebuilding from a disaster, a hurricane, you're
Mr.
able to
Mayor?
get in there and do it.
Could we extend for maybe,
yeah, I think we need to.
make a motion to extend for another 15 minutes, if that's okay? We think we can,
Yep.
I'll second.
I want to call the Cinderella rule, but I won't.
You want to do what?
Call the Cinderella rule, but I won't.
I was waiting on it.
Well, sounds like she's been waiting on it too.
Hey.
We knew it would, no. We needed that. That was good. It was light and playful. Okay, we got a motion. Do we got a second?
Yes.
Yes, I have a motion and a second.
Did you second it?
No.
I'm sorry. I got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, to extend for 15 minutes. City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think Councilmember Jackson, you were talking about the
I have a question about
items.
the Senate Bill 180 reform and the home rule protection, number 5 on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Would that encompass both of them, or is it?
No, it's more looking towards the unfunded mandates
Oh,
that
okay.
Tallahassee pushes our way.
Yeah, I think that's important.
And see, with 180, I'm really curious on it because I need to look that up. I know it's already been signed by Governor DeSantis, and it was intended for hurricane-damaged homes and flooded homes from storm damage. So, do you know, Councilmember Willis?
Well, it also prevents you from creating a moratorium on construction. So if a property was wiped out,
Right.
you can't limit whether it gets rebuilt or not.
And see, I tend to agree with that because I know people down in Fort Myers after N that had a place that was paid for, and they had it for many years, decades. And because of new building code and FEMA moving the coastal zoning line, a coastal flood zone line, they ended up with not being able to build on property that they owned, and I don't believe that's right. I know that building code might be where we didn't do things the way that it should have, long-term or whatever, but that part of it, if someone owns property, they ought to be able to build on it, is my thing. But what else on that one, just so I know that I might have missed?
It has insurance complications, flood risk, floodplain regulation, all of that's thrown in there. and it basically prevents us from making any regulation on it.
See, and I know the Live Local Act has the ability to build in a floodplain, and that one concerns me. So, Mayor, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to prioritize this well by tonight.
No,
Because I
it's,
need to do some digging so I can give Councilmember Willis an educated
I think
list.
if the League of Cities went out and was advocating, I don't have an issue, even if those issues, maybe I don't like the property tax, I don't agree with. Obviously, that's a big one. The majority of the cities are. That's a huge push to support that. But what I just wanted to be careful of is that we're not stating, unless we have, that's where I do think a resolution, we need to formally vote on our position on these. And so instead of trying to say stop advocating for property tax reform, they're going to move forward with that. I just want to make sure that we don't have the city of Cape Canaveral doesn't have a position on this yet, right? And we're not saying that you should go advocate, but for us in our city, and there's other reasons why this, I think, is really helpful for us. We're in a unique opportunity. But if we could add one in out of the 5, I mean, we already have the A1A resolution. You know about the TPO and everything going on there. We know the priorities and the funds, and we appreciate that. We know that the governor, the shoreline was obviously an extreme problem with the wastewater right there. But with lagoon projects and those things, we have our Indian River, our local fund, they really want us to try and pull from that, from the meeting I had with the city manager and the budget director for the governor's office. He was given just an overview. And so those are important, but if we could put one in.
We could all get on board with insurance reform, I believe.
Yeah, I was.
That is a
number 6.
That is one that is truly needed in our state. So that one I can throw in there because that I am.
Out of control.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that.
That will help our residents and investment owners and everyone.
And I think it's directly linked to the whole property tax argument the League of Cities is saying, which I don't disagree with them on this, is, hey, why don't you address the major issue that's affecting home insurance, as opposed to property taxes. But to give you, I think, what you might have been asking for, what I don't agree with is this framing that police, fire, and roads is where your property taxes go. Yes, that's absolutely true. I'm not even debating that, but that's not the only place your property taxes go. And I think the League of Cities left that out. We lower your rates every year, not below rollback. This funds police, fire, and roads. And I just sense that it was not, I would advocate differently. And I think this council could have the opportunity to say it how we want to say it. But we're not going to stop it. I don't think Cape Canaveral is going to stop the Space Coast League of Cities from pushing forward with this. And nor would I want that if it's best interest to the other cities. I love the insurance adding in. Councilmember Willis, you're obviously in a great position. Very thankful to have you to be able to chair and advocate for us. That was number 6 on your list. I don't know if that was a priority in any order.
No, it wasn't no particular order on those 6 items.
What do you think about that?
Insurance is killing people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the property, in my opinion, the property tax discussion was, look over here, we're not going to do any more about insurance.
Mm-hmm.
They're waiting to see what the market might do to keep them from having to do something.
Yep.
That's just my feel for it.
Well, it's plausible. That's sad, but yes, I think that would be excellent, and I think it would be really good before, these major deadlines, Tallahassee appropriations, all that we did have just a dedicated meeting to get on the same page.
I like
That's
the
fine.
idea of a resolution that can be used
Me too.
locally, statewide.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And rest assured, I'll advocate for what the city wants as I represent the city.
I think the resolution, process. It goes back, it's been the advocate. Whenever we're against the C5, it was against how it was done. We think it would have looked a lot different. I'm not against all these things. It's just how, if we start with the charter and the code, I think it looks a lot differently. And I think our city attorney has experience with other cities on how to handle this as well, how other cities have done it. And Mr. Touchberry obviously provided some great information tonight on stuff that's underway. And this is the third piece is intergovernmental relations. I do not want to, I'm not stating that I need to be the one speaking out, absolutely not, but I want to know about it in reasonable time. This is a chartered thing that citizens want their mayor to be the head of intergovernmental relations. When they elected the mayor, they say, your job is this, and that's different. That's different than the other ones. And I as mayor could say, I don't want to do that, right? And then, well, they got that addressed, the mayor pro tem. Or you would argue, no, you have to do it, right? That's your job. So I want to work together, and I think we obviously went through some rough times, but the way we know we're advocating for the city of Cape Canaveral, I think, is by pointing to voting records and a resolution as an instrument that would give us all the confidence that we need. And there is a little bit more in this resolution about those processes for submitting with grants, and also being, if any intergovernmental communication is happening, to recommend a protocol. I've got some exceptions in there. We got sunshine that de facto, but inclusion of the mayor, and I think copying the council when it makes sense and respecting sunshine law is going to be the best. I feel better not being the only one that sees it, so I'm not advocating, but I have to stay ahead of it, because I can't go out in the public and have major amounts of money that are coming in, and of course this is great, not really sure, and a little embarrassed. So thank you, and when in doubt, let's call a special meeting, and we can do it. I'd have been willing to do it then. If there's anything, I guess I was confused on the deadline. The Space Coast League of Cities meeting is, you said you need it by October 1 for that meeting?
No, that's just the deadline for submissions, for what
Okay.
you want to.
Okay. Great. I think, what do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to do a break here and circle back? If we're not going to have enough time between now and the meeting, we will have to schedule a meeting. We can do that via email and coordinate calendars. I know it's really late. So I'd be fine with, maybe we establish some legislative key deadlines and dates. And, we may not have to meet on getting just basic things that we want to advocate for. Will we have time between now and the next meeting or sorry, if we meet at the next meeting, that's obviously not going to satisfy the League of Cities, Space Coast. So that's my question. Do we want to circle back tomorrow and try to find times to meet? Or maybe there's an administrative process we can do this where we don't have to meet?
Is there a way we can do it by email? Or,
I don't think we can email each other, but
well, not each other, but I mean,
yeah, I think we could all submit what our important
yeah.
information is to one person, and we could give them the authority to go forward with the best, and we wouldn't get a final say on it, but we'd know, hey, that'd be one way, as long as he's not being a conduit and, communicating back. And I'm obviously not the city attorney, but our next meeting is October 9th.
21st.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I think that's 1, 2. We got 2 weeks. I would say if we need to meet, we got the rest of this week to maybe figure that out. We can look at our schedules, and that'll give us time to rest, clear our head. And if we need to meet, we could meet for just the one legislative priorities before maybe 29th, the 30th, the week, next week, the 25th. Through the 30th, but what are we thinking?
I can make any of it work.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we need to go ahead and get the meeting scheduled sometime before the 1st so that Councilmember Willis has what he needs.
Okay, the Brevard delegation.
30th.
But the deadline, you're saying the deadline, the September
October.
19th is,
October 1st is the deadline.
it says appearance request forms no later than 5 PM on Friday, September 19th.
Yeah, that's the legislative.
Yeah, that's the Brevard delegation. So obviously, that is that's Friday okay. So I think we can submit the request form, and then we would potentially come together that following week, sometime the week of the 22nd, or the first couple days, 29th, and we could formally approve anything we needed and go in, and we could have those items listed before the delegation meeting. And I think we can submit the delegation because we don't have to get to that level of detail. Yep. It asks for the primary reasons, and I think that would be the best case scenario. So if we had something by the 26th, do we want to shoot for the and it could meet in the day too. Well, that may not work for everyone, but I think the 24th is a little soon. What do we think about the 29th? That at least gives a week. That's a Monday. We come in, we knock it out.
Do the 1st. Yeah. 29th works for me.
Okay. And could we? I see we've got, ethics training and stuff on the 30th. All right, so why don't we try for that, assuming we haven't not even spoke to our city staff and city manager hasn't had a chance on who would need to be here, and virtual call-in, whatever flexible is needed, I think for this, because it's short, but this, what I think would be a special meeting. And our goal would be to at least vote on the items, and if we can have a resolution, great, but at minimum, we would be able to direct a resolution to be drafted, and I can send over this, just the points that I have. We have Councilmember Willis's item, and I'm happy to work with the city attorney and city manager on the rest. City manager, would the 29th be an option for a meeting? And I'd be willing to meet a little, like early afternoon, if that's even a possibility, so that we're not extending into the evening. Heck, I could even meet in the morning potentially that day, but I want to be flexible and reasonable. On the 29th, is there any times that would not work for council?
If it was flexible and I could call in anytime on the day is fine. If not, I could ask for it to be after 2.
So like 3:30 could work?
3:30 would be perfect.
Okay, so we're just trying to show some flexibility, city manager, that, I mean, as early as 3:30, if we could potentially do it earlier with a call-in. Councilmember Jackson, that day?
On the 29th,
Yes.
totally flexible.
Okay. Okay. Is the new 2 Glen launch happening that night? Okay. City manager, we're looking at the 29th. I think Councilmember Willis, you said you're flexible that day as well, really any time. So if staff wants to come in, in the early afternoon, we could all come in and that works, and knock this out and try to tackle just the legislative priorities and how we want to move forward. And
We have appropriate staff will be available.
can make that work.
30? Is that your
I think
3:30?
3:30 works. Oh, you said anytime?
Anytime during that.
Sounds like we would be willing to let you pick what works best for you. And so we're all, you have a flexible, I can speak for 4 of us here today. I don't know about Councilmember Davis, but
Whatever best time suits the council. This is primarily a council issue. We can, poll the staff to see if they have any thoughts about legislative items or issues or concerns. But we're flexible, 1 o'clock if you want to meet.
I think afternoon would be better
Yeah.
than morning. City attorney, the elephant in the room here. How does your Monday, the 29th look as far as the afternoon?
Probably 1 or 2 o'clock.
1 o'clock would be perfect for me.
1 o'clock.
That's what we want. It's perfect. I can make that happen too. I like it.
Yeah.
The evening is where I don't want to be. I got a school event, my daughter potentially, so. All right, so we're looking at 1 o'clock, which I think is great. I would think, and the nice thing about that is just say we did 1 to 3:30 or even, 1 to 2:30 or 3. That would allow even the city attorney potentially to even get the resolution, maybe if there was final changes or whatever format we decide, done before the end of business, and we'll be on our way. So, city clerk's office, is that work as far as notice requirements to do a special meeting on Monday, September 29th at 1 p.m.?
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, council, I think we need a motion for a special meeting. I think the code allows us to do it right here. City attorney, yep.
Make a motion,
By majority vote can set a special meeting.
make a motion to set a special meeting for September 29th at 1 PM.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Jackson. Hold a special meeting on September 29th at 1 PM. Any further discussion? I think the items we discussed tonight is obviously the purpose of that special meeting. I think that's important, was specifically for the legislative priorities. And to keep it simple, we can recycle this item that you drafted, Councilmember Willis. We'll add in what I was referring to as a draft first. I didn't want to, I think our city attorney should review it. Obviously, you can see it. I got that. And if there's not anything else, I'll ask for a roll call. So any other discussion on the meeting? City Clerk?
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum. 4. Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right. Passes 4-0. We scheduled that special meeting. And I think that's what came out of this discussion item, with some initial discussion about our feelings regarding these issues. And that is the last item on the agenda. So, well, like I did with Councilmember Jackson, Councilmember Willis, this was the item you submitted. I'll let you close. Is there anything else?
No, thank you.
Welcome, thank you. Oh. Yep. The report section, I think, is where we are. And if there's any reports, please.
Do we need to extend again?
I think,
It's
is it
10:45.
10:45?
We're going to do reports.
If we're going to do reports, we are. So, brutal.
I'll second that.
All right, got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Jackson to extend for 5 minutes. So, City Clerk.
Councilmember Jackson,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum. 4. Mayor Morrison,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Passes 4-0 for 5 minutes. Reports. Councilmember Willis?
Yes, had the Space Coast TPO meeting last week, and we went over the Advanced 2050 Long-Range Transportation Plan. And for Cape Canaveral, our resurfacing and maintenance project for A1A through Cape Canaveral is scheduled within the next 5 years. The Complete Streets Plan, where we're dealing with the intersection at North Atlantic, A1A, and International, is also within that 5-year period. The kicker is the State Road A1A from Long Point Road to George King Boulevard, the complete street with all the gutter and improvements, median improvements, is now pushed back between 2046 and 2050. That is because the FDOT budget went from 11 billion to 4 billion. And that has pushed everything back for considerable periods.
I'd say.
That's all I have for right now.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful, and we appreciate your bringing that back to us, and hopefully we'll see some of this stuff done. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you. I'm going to talk really quick. I have a meeting coming up with the city manager as well as staff in regards to boosting vendor retail. Spoke with the assistant city manager in Port Isabel, Texas, and have obtained their vibrational study testing report that they did from launches. Worked with the city attorney and the city manager on my feedback in regards to providing that to the FAA. And I attended Space Expo and to see what we had going on, for space projects and things other than Starship. So, and I'm sure there's other things I've missed because I'm just about, there we go.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
The only thing I have is just a reminder of on November 8th is our second annual Veterans Day Parade. We had a great turnout last year. This year it's going to be bigger and better. We hope that everyone will come out and celebrate and honor our veterans on that day. And if you'd like to be in the parade, we have forms for you to fill out so we can get the lineup going. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and just want to emphasize that the importance of is it November 8th? I was trying to find that.
Yeah,
And
November
I
8th.
got the nice delivered invitation. Thank you. Can you imagine? I just drew a blank. I covered myself up over here. The reports, I think we've covered it all. Oh, the two-way live participation, I just want to keep emphasizing. I spoke with the city manager about that. Like we talked about the flexibility in this last meeting, but also an example would be Mr. Prevel, who couldn't be here, wanted us to read into the record. And I'm thinking, well, was it 3 minutes? And I've done that in the past from time to time, not on all, on ideas that I felt like, I thought had the time and importance. But that's just another example, and I know we're working towards it. The other thing I want to bring up in respect to efficiency is I know our city clerk and our departments are working. We got a lot of software. But the agenda process, I fully support, and if this budget addresses it, streamlining and modernizing our agenda process. I think we got MuniCode, we got the Civic Plus, or Civic, that software, that program. I think the city of Cocoa uses that, city attorney. It's really impressive, and I think if that's something, obviously, that would be, I think, a major game changer for us on following along. So if that's not in the budget, these are things that I think are really important. And if we need to take action, that one or any other, obviously, when League of Cities, there's so many software companies, but those are reputable ones. And I think our city attorney has worked within that. The city of Cocoa uses it, but you can literally go to the agenda items as far as everyone's working on the same document, just a more modern, it's no more PDFs you would export, which we've already modernized a lot here by having the link. And so thank you. My report is, I think that's all really good stuff. And there's more, but got a meeting with Dr. Rendell, Brevard County Public Schools tomorrow. With our city manager, high-level discussion, but obviously we got Cape View Elementary, we got Sheridan Park, we've got things that Brevard schools are involved in. Looking forward to being a part of that. And Dr. Roberts, can't thank you enough for sticking with us. And we have your notes, and I will respond to you and try to find where we are doing those things in the budget and keep that in front of us. So, city manager, anything for you?
No reports, Mayor.
Thank you. City attorney? City clerk's office?
No, thank you.
Sheriff's Department? Thank you so much for you. staying late. That door was locked. Was that intentional? I was just letting you know at this hour after.
Yeah, so I believe the front doors were locked magnetically.
No, that was, I was just trying to come back in. I couldn't come in.
Oh,
Thankfully,
one side is open, this side isn't.
Oh, I've never been good at 50/50. That's good. Thank you very much. With that, council, we'll go ahead and adjourn.